Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We back in the house. We back in the house. You guys know that's my boy, Brother Eric, 16 to Life. We already kind of introduced him on the first stream today. So, but go on over there to 16 to Life, man. Go check his YouTube page out. Funny cat, and he also has merch over there, man. Real good dude, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. And I do have his permission, by the way, to use this music. Hopefully, we didn't. I gotta change this. Hopefully, we didn't we didn't hit y'all too hard. We didn't bore y'all too much with that drama that we had the last stream. So, but you know, we wanted to do a one and done. We did a one and done, and you know, that's it. That's all the time we're gonna address anybody unless they come over here and try to address us. But we're gonna be done with it. So we done with the drama, and we didn't mean to have it be drama. I hope it don't get to a bigger thing because we did that. But if it do, we just was trying to deal with the situation with us. But anyway, Brother Rico.
Yes, sir.
In the building, man. You in the building.
We in the building. Man, I got a solid 15, 20 minutes before I have to dip, but
okay.
Maybe 25.
All right. So I invited some other people to come. Mm-hmm. I'm waiting on them to show up. They said they'd be here. So I want to give them a few minutes to try to get here, man. Now, what did we learn from the last stream, brother? What did we learn?
Waste of time. Waste of time. And again, I don't see, of course, we've been accused of lack of self-awareness. And like, if it's one thing I'm not, it's not that. I'm very self-aware. Unbelievable.
I'm not talking about that garbage that he was talking about.
No. But I
what did we learn? What did we learn?
I'm telling you. I'm saying I see that in these spaces, people want things to be their way, and that's just the way it's going to be, and that's fine. At the end of the day, we want things to be our way. But as much as I want things to be my way, the way that I see it, I don't want to be so self-righteous that I'm damning other people. And again, like I said, I'll be honest with you, there are some valid, concerns that was raised, such as, yes, we do sit there and criticize other content creators, but all content creators critique and criticize people, because if they're not criticizing content creators, they're doing celebrities. I mean, they won't shut up about Sierra and Future and Russell Wilson and people that's just like, they just have no room in the world to talk about. So I think, and maybe we don't get it perfect. I think for the most part, anytime we have tried to do a reaction or a critique of something, I think we did more to critique the issues and the values and the characteristics than the person. So a lot of times people they still get butthurt if you critique something that Kevin Samuel said. I'm like, I'm sorry, he said a lot of shit that was wrong. Right. But it doesn't mean that the man is gone. So, the dearly departed brother is gone, but it still doesn't mean that some of the things he said wrong don't need to be unpacked and discussed. So that's where I try to land my critique, and not to make it personal unless someone makes it personal with me. If they make it personal with me, then that's where we at. And like I told you, I don't have a forgiving spirit. I need to work on that.
You need to work.
But I know how to leave people alone, though. You know what I'm saying? And that's the one thing I do is, if I'm not in the space to forgive, like me and you could fall out. I may not forgive you, but I can leave you alone, and that's all I ask. Right. Just leave me alone. You ain't got to forgive me. I can be an asshole in your head and heart for the rest of your life. That's fine. I get that. Just leave me alone. Right. So that's all.
Yeah, out here in them streets, we say, give me 50 feet. I'm good. I know how to give you 50 feet. All right.
But I'm staying in our truth. Again, like I said, and to our viewers, we gonna get our program. This is just we made a wrong left turn today. But after the day, we getting back on the main highway, and we ain't going down these dark alleys no more.
Should we even do this?
Let me tell you, we're not going down these dark alleys no more.
Still learning, y'all. We still got our training wheels on.
OG put foots in our ass.
Oh man.
OG put foots in our ass.
Y'all better be glad y'all wasn't in the back chat, boys. She give us.
And we apologize. Y'all know I'm big on my apologies when I think it's necessary and deemed owed to subscribe. People that rock with us, for us allowing ourselves to be somebody told us to go down the dark alley. It's a shortcut, and Clarence dumbass listened. So now I gotta get them back on the highway.
Me, right? Of course it's me. All right, y'all. Let me shout out to Chad. Sister Risa, always back in the house again. Appreciate you, Sister Risa. Do what you do. Do what you do. You here, man. You gotta go work work your hand any way you got to let's try to keep this thing real smooth. Von Bryant in the house. Please help us, brother. Appreciate you, man, for all you do. We also got a little lecture from Vaughn. So, but it's all good, man. It was all his heart was in the right place for us. Same thing with Patrice, man. Same thing for Patrice. All right, so
shout out to Brother Marcus.
Glad to have you in the building.
Got
Glad to have you in the building. OG Patrice and Big Time Drum, Big Mike. Thank you for subscribing, brother. I appreciate it. Just saw that you subscribed. Do you want to see the Rico dance? Since you subscribed, I'll do the Rico dance, man. I'll do the Rico dance. The Rico dance. The Rico dance. All right.
Yes,
thank you, brother.
Von Eric. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to brother Von Eric.
Oh, by the way, Rico, Sunday. It's the CRT.
CRT. I knew, right?
Sunday.
Okay, and I was just about to sit there and ask him when we gonna have that CRT dance. And I mean,
I tell you that a couple days ago.
I'm starting to think I may be a little bit off, but I ain't gonna give him that easy, Von Eric. I ain't gonna give him that easy. I think I might be, but I don't know. We need some receipts. Bring your receipts. But yeah, thanks. We gonna get. All
right, y'all. So on Sunday, that's the regular show on Sunday. We're gonna do everything. We're gonna do the news, Black History Minute, and all that stuff first. Job of the week and everything, and then we're gonna get to the topic. So, So Von Eric is gonna come. He's gonna be our special guest on Sunday. Yeah. And then we're gonna talk about the CRT thing. We're gonna see where that's going, where that's coming from, and what's the purpose and all of that. We're gonna talk about it and see what's happening with it. All right, y'all. So
great idea. Put the data and the facts out. That's all I want. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll stand corrected. If I miss something, but I just wanted to make sure that we putting the data out and not just innuendo.
Right.
We do too much of that in the community. But go ahead.
All right. So I don't want this thing to be a long thing because I really just really wanted to address some time points in time because I felt that I was on Black Man Unfiltered show the other day, and I was speaking about the situation that happened on the show, and then it turned into, and then Security Boss and Uncle Stu were brought up, and because I was so focused on the sister, and situation on Black Man Unfiltered show, I didn't have a chance to properly go into the situation with Security Boss and Uncle Stu.
That's about that. Just go back to that copyright strike that you both gave.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So okay, so let's do the first copyright strike, which is Security Boss. Okay, so Security Boss, well, how it all started was Sway. You remember the brother Sway, right? Okay, the brother Sway, he was on the mothership. He was
Sage
on Sage
Talk.
He was on Sage Talk, and that's part of the mothership. So he was on the mothership, and so he was.
Kevin Samuels dressed him down.
Yes,
unfairly.
And so Kevin Samuels just popped into the chat, popped into the panel, right? He got fast tracked right in there, right?
Yep.
And so what happened was he was starting to talk. He was telling Sway that he was mischaracterizing Sway and Sway's point of view. And so what Sway was trying to do was say, no, that's not what I'm saying. He was trying to correct the man. He was trying to correct Kevin Samuels. And so Kevin Samuels took that as an offense that he was even trying to be corrected, right? I guess some cats in the South, man, you can't tell them. I don't know how I go down there, but I mean, I guess because I'm an older man, if I want to mischaracterize you, if I want to say this is what you're saying, even though that's not what you're saying, I guess I'm supposed to be able to say that, right?
Right.
But anyway,
I'm gonna make you wrong, even though you're right.
Right. So the young brother was trying to tell him, hey man, no, you mischaracterizing me. That's not what I meant. This is what I meant over here. You know what I mean? But the more he tried to correct Mr. Samuels, the more
they drug him.
The
more they drug him, don't be kind about it. They drug him.
No. I'm just saying, Kevin Samuels got more upset, right? And he started. And he did eventually start to drag him, right?
Right.
Marcus said it turned into a Coliseum, but you wanted it to be Russell Crowe.
Gladiator.
Man, well, that's what was going on, man. So anyway, so Kevin Samuels proceeded to drag this young man for about 45 minutes, right? Over there on Stage Talk on the mothership, right? So anyway, I did so. I was like, man, what's going on? So the only one over there that really was like standing up for him was J Speed, shout out J Speed, and so he kind of stuck up for the young brother in the middle of all of that, right? Okay, so fast forward a couple of days later, I see Security Boss has the brother Sway on there, right, on her live stream, and she proceeds to give this young brother some advice, like to tell him, hey, basically telling him he was wrong for having a problem with being mischaracterized.
For standing up for himself and telling the truth and not allowing them to
further he should accept being dragged and mischaracterized, right?
Yeah. Because they understand that when they drugged this young man, you could tell he was emotionally upset and almost moved to tears.
Yeah,
when they did it. Yeah, he was emotionally upset.
I have to give him the credit, Rico.
I give him credit, but you could see
he was very respectful. He didn't lose respect until he got really down to the line where he started really getting upset. But
because they was talking about him like he wasn't in the room, like they little boyed him to death, and he did nothing wrong, and they drugged this young man completely unfairly. And Kevin came in there, was wrong, and all the rest of them started caping for Kevin no matter what. Well, Kevin said so that's what, except for J Speed. And that was what was happening. And that's why I want people to understand what the context was, how this young, he's 26, 27, this young man had the maturity and the wisdom and the intelligence in that moment of a 47 or 57-year-old, and they treated him like he was 7. Right. That was the problem. So to see all these older men be so wrong, and this young guy
hold on. Black man, I sent you the link, black man. Go to your email and get the link, man. Come on in, sit in here. Because I don't want to say that's not true.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then so that's why we want you to understand with whatever he's saying about how later on people are still, I guess he wants you to drop it. Just drop it in the chat. And you can pull him up on it. So
I dropped it. I emailed it to him, man.
Even after that happened, somebody still was giving him advice to say, well, so he's being told again, concede to be wrong when he wasn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what troubled Clemson.
Well, not only that, Rico, he was being told to accept that disrespect that he was getting.
Right. And say you're sorry for something you didn't do. Right. You're like,
well, the man was basically, like you said, treating him like he was a 7-year-old kid.
He was.
And so I was like,
he was. That stream is up.
And then so that was my issue with security. Well, I didn't have an issue with her personally. I just had an issue with that advice.
With that advice.
Yeah, that advice. Because I don't even know.
That's where we'll get criticized for saying, oh, y'all criticizing the person. Like, no, I'm not criticizing the person. I'm critiquing the advice, which I found to be problematic because I saw we saw the original thing, did a stream and knew how wrong Kevin was in that situation. I'm like, he's wrong. Yeah. He's human. He can be wrong.
I don't know if we did a stream before or after the screen.
We did a stream afterwards because we did this. I don't know.
Did we do it after or whatever. Yeah. The bottom line is, I did a pre-recorded video of Security Boss when I saw that stream that Security Boss did with Sway, where in my opinion she was encouraging him to accept that abuse. I said, I critiqued that. I said, man, that was in my opinion. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe being from Los Angeles, I realized that advice, I could recognize it right away as a death trap. You send somebody out here in the streets of Los Angeles with that type of advice, they're gonna be in some they're gonna be in some bad trouble. So I recognized that and I said, hey man, so that was my criticism was her advice to this young brother. I feel like, I think maybe at that point. Now I haven't listened to a lot of her content since then, but I felt at that point maybe giving advice to men how to deal with the abuse of other men, maybe that may not be her lane. That was how I was feeling about it. Maybe that ain't your lane. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe me telling women how to put lipstick on, that probably ain't my lane, right? That ain't my lane. Maybe I need to stay up off of that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's how I felt about the situation. So I made a video about it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what happened, but Security Boss decided that she was going to give me a copyright strike. Now, this is what I don't understand, Rico. This is what I didn't understand. And this is why I was so upset over it. I have seen Security Boss criticize other people. And I felt like, well, okay, if you can criticize these people, how come I can't criticize you? That was my issue with her. I'm like, well, why can't I just criticize your work? And I'm not even criticizing you. I'm criticizing your work, what you're doing, you know, the stuff you're putting out here, right? So that's what happened. So in the course of doing that, in the course of them doing that, hold on, let me turn this down. All right. So anyway, tattoo guy. All right. So anyway, yeah. So in the course of me making that video and her striking it down, I think about a week later, I made another video about how if you sitting on a panel could get away from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're the content creator, a panel could easily get away from you, and you could be stuck like Chuck out here, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
When we did that one, I was talking to, so I used some footage from Stu, not only from Stu, from Jaja Ali, a couple other, myself included.
Yeah, we did about four. Us.
Yeah, a couple other people. Yeah, so just to show that, hey, these panels are tough tough to make sure they don't get away from nobody, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can get away from any one of us.
Yeah.
Right. So, but Stu had a problem with that, right? Because you know, I was showing him how he got upset with something that happened on his panel, and he got upset with that, right? But I showed how other people got upset as well. Jaja Ali went in on Hassan Campbell. You know, some stuff happened on our panel where you know somebody went berserk here.
And somebody else,
not too long ago. All right, we had all kind of stuff happening, right? Okay, so that's what I was trying to show with that situation. Okay, brother, we got a guest here. We got Black Man Unfiltered. Let me welcome to the program. Good to have you, Black Man Unfiltered.
What's going on, man? Up here at this rec with these with the kiddos with the community center. But I took some time out for you, Doc. What's going on?
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Now, I know you don't want to. You work with Security Boss a lot, man. And I'm pretty sure if I invited her to come over here, she wouldn't come. Just like I'm pretty sure Stu wouldn't come if I invited him. So I'm inviting you to make sure I don't say anything that's out of pocket. Now, let me start from the beginning. I talked about how Sway was on Sage Talk. Yeah, right. He was on Sage Talk on the mothership. So he was there, and he Kevin Samuels came on there, and then Kevin Samuels came on there and pretty much berated the young man for about 45 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we all agree that happened?
Yeah, it was true.
Well, okay. Black man, what do you think? Now,
can y'all hear me good?
Yes.
You're a little low, brother, but yeah.
Oh, let me fix that. Hold on. Okay, how about now? Is that better?
Now good. Better. No better.
Okay, cool. So when it came to that, I went back and watched that. Now, Sway, I don't know if y'all watched Sway since then, but Sway has said publicly, and I could probably send you the video clip with him saying after that situation happened with Security Boss, and he had time to sit back and think about it. He agrees with her completely on how she handled him, and he appreciates her for handling him that way. This comes out of Sway's mouth right now, right? So okay. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if you got.
I did not.
Yeah. He actually came back and said, "Hey, listen, I appreciate you for giving me the wisdom at you being my elder and you speaking their wisdom into me. So yeah, so he actually came back and said that she was,
Could,
you were right.
could you tell me what her advice to him was? Because I didn't see it. I
Well,
saw the interaction from Kevin this way, but I didn't see the advice that Security Boss gave Sway. And I know how it landed with Kevin to Sway.
yeah, overall, basically, she was overall just in a nugget here. She was basically giving him insight on how to handle himself in the presence of people that are maybe your elder or people that may be that are like respected. Like right now, if I was here and Obama walked in, I would respect Obama, but just take it a little bit lower. If the older guy right here that coaches with me comes out and says, "Hey, man, I need to talk to you," and he give me the real, no matter how he give it to me, I'm not going to. Basically, what she's saying is, chew up the meat and spit out the bone, right? Because I know many times my grandmother or my grandfather has instilled some harsh words into me, and I look at it now, 20 years later, and I'm like, man, Lord, thank you for that advice, because now I'm in the same situation and I know how to handle it, and I remember those words that they told me, and I chewed up the meat and spit out the bones. So she was encouraging him to chew up the meat and spit out the bones. Don't be so angry where you miss the message.
So okay. So I don't know, and if that doesn't sound bad, but
Right.
and I don't have any problem with that sort of advice. I do have a problem with that advice in this situation because when I go to the original
Mhm.
instant interaction, which I know she wasn't on the panel, it
Right.
was only men, and the way that he couldn't have did that to my son. And I wouldn't want, my son, the way, unfortunately, again, all due respect to the dearly departed brother Kevin, he couldn't have did that to my son. I'm just going to say that. Because the
Okay.
way that young man handled himself, and it was so unwarranted. That's sort of like if that was your son, he might have just kicked him in the tail and caught. So that's the only thing. And I didn't see what her interaction was, but I gathered that that's what Clarence was upset about because we were very upset when we saw what Kevin did and did a stream about that and said, look, I'm older than Kevin was. And I'm like, you can't do that to somebody just because you're older than them. What are we doing? What are we doing if we're just beating up on people and he emotionally and verbally and did it publicly on a live stream for thousands of people to see. And I was like, he owed that man a fucking apology. He owed Kevin Samuels owed Sway an apology that I don't know if he ever got, but he owed him an apology for the way, and only one older person spoke up for that young man, and that was Jay Speed. And all the rest of those older men sat on that panel, and like I said, J.O. Speed, even older than me, and said Kevin Nash was wrong all day. We know. It's like he shouldn't have did that. So that's the only thing in that context. Because again, I didn't hear what Security Boss. I think that's some great advice. If somebody didn't do that to you, but if somebody did that to you or did that to your son, fuck that old dude.
Would you let somebody do that to your son?
Like dirt. If Kevin was an old white man, people gonna look at it differently.
Wait a minute, Rico. I don't think any of us would, but I'm gonna ask Black Man. Would you let someone do that to your son?
Give him some harsh criticisms.
He got to be correct.
Well,
wrong.
let's be fair, because I asked you a question earlier. So let's be fair. Let's just tell the whole truth. The whole thing is he basically berated the young man, and the young man and what he was doing, the young man was trying to tell him you're mischaracterizing my statement.
I didn't say
right.
That.
That's what the man was trying to get that across to Mr. Samuels. Mr. Samuels wasn't having it and getting further ignited. Yeah, but be behind that. So
I'm older than you. I'm older than you. I don't
that
have
was
to
his position.
It was that.
His position was, I'm older than you. Whether I'm right or wrong is irrelevant. I'm talking. You need to just shut up. That was his point. That was what I took from his point.
Right. And it was like, no, we can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
I'm from and to say this, for me, I'm from a different part of the world, man. I'm from the South. I mean, the dirty South, Louisiana, right? Okay. And so when we grew up, it was that way. When an older person, I'm sorry, let me go back. What we don't have anymore is the village, because back in the day we had uncle, daddy, the nephew, the great nephew, the neighbor, right? That would all give it to you if you were out of line. And so I remember from being in the South, my grandfather said some really, really harsh words. I mean, really harsh words, not just to me, but to the other men in the community. If he seen them doing dumb shit, he would go to them and say, "Hey, man, what the, get your stupid ass up." I mean, he would tell them.
Right.
And to this day, man, people respect my grandfather. They miss him. When he passed away, damn funeral, people were standing outside. And
But
in every story people were talking about when he died was, man, he was hard, but he was fair.
but
Right?
that's
And
what. But that's the point that's being missed here. And what your grandfather was doing, he was hard, but he was fair and he was right. He couldn't sit. You know what I'm saying? This was for me. This was an issue where Mr. Samuels was so glaringly wrong.
mm-hmm.
He was so glaring. So it wasn't his language. It was the fact of like the guy saying, "That's not what I said. I own 3 suits and 4 suits," and he was insistent. You don't. And it was like, if you just watch it and be like, did he say anything that he said? And he didn't. And then on top of it, the harshness. So the harshness was fine. Like I said, boy, get a haircut. You need to get a hair. Whether you agree with it or not, you can accept that. But for me, because I'm older than you, to put words in your mouth and tell you're going to swallow and you want to admit that that's what you said, when you sitting there saying, "I'm not crazy, I didn't say that."
Yeah, and that's what I want.
it is.
And that's the part that I want to address, because I remember being told that same line. I think that's a line that's just generic across black men, because I remember my grandfather said, I'll be like, "Wait, Granddad, hold on now. I didn't say." He said, "Listen, I ain't asked for your goddamn comment. You listen what the fuck I got to say, and when I get through saying it, you gonna go take your ass over there. I ain't trying to hear the shit you trying to say."
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was my grandfather, right? That was my uncles, that was the neighbor, right? The men felt like, listen, we're older, we've been through this, ain't nothing you can tell us about what we're telling you, so shut your mouth. And that's how it used to be. And also, I'm from the South, so stuff like that don't bother me. When I hear it and people be like, "You offended by that?" No, because if an older man get on me, I'm gonna take that meat and I'm gonna spit out the bones. I'm just built different.
But we gotta understand, this is 2022. We can't. Is that what we want to tell our next generation? When you ain't wrong, just that used to be a racial thing. Don't talk back to the white man. You know what I'm saying? Is that what we want to be doing? And that's what we have to ask ourselves. So that's why, for me, Clarence, and I know Jay Speed, we was steamed about that shit. And a couple other people, we was steamed. We were hot as hell, and we're all older than him. So I'm not gonna little boy him. I thought it was wrong, irregardless. And I know I went through that, but I can't do that to my sons today. They ain't going for that. These young boys ain't. So we got to do it a different way.
Okay.
We have to do it a little bit different way, because them, even in the South, them young boys ain't gonna take that. I'm like, who the hell are you talking to, old man? Yeah. And that was just where it landed. So again, I don't know but the advice sounds good. I just don't think it applied to the initial thing that happened. To say, take his shit no matter how wrong he was.
Man, that was crazy to me.
That's what
like you said, I'm from a different part. I'm from Los Angeles, California. You can get somebody's head, they're gonna get their wig split.
I don't care how old they
are
is.
Here, right? So so to me, it was a different situation. So that's why maybe I saw it a different way. Maybe in the South, you can do that and it's all good or whatever. But over here, somebody gonna walk down the street and twist your cap back. So I felt like, man, me knowing better and her saying something like that, and that ain't being addressed for the panelists on the platform, whatever, nobody addressed it. I felt like it should be addressed. You know what I mean? I didn't. Now, did I disrespect her by addressing that situation, or did you see it? Or when she stripped down the video, so you don't even know, because you probably
right. Well, and the thing I want to address is this. I think that in those situations like that, when between Kevin and Sway, I think when it comes to me, this is just how I was raised. When two men are handling business or having a conversation or argument or butting heads, other men stay out of it. Right? We don't bother it. We don't talk about it. We say, "Hey, They butt heads once they get done because of many night I've stayed behind the scenes and we took it off. You know, the live went down and we stayed behind the scenes and backstage and we've had men just go at it for about 10, 15, 20 minutes. All the other men, they stay out of it and they let the men handle it and they call each other names, bitch ass niggas, whatever situation. And at the end of it, hey bro, hey man, I know we bumped heads 3 minutes ago. I know we was on fire, bro. Hey, that's my bad, bro. Hey, we cool, we good. All right, cool. That's how we handle it, bro.
Let me ask you a question. If it's on a show, Sage Talk, there's supposed to be all these older men. They're supposed to be giving wise counsel, speaking to the community. They got thousands of people watching. That interaction occurred. No one ever corrected it. No one ever came back and said, so you know what I'm saying? So that's the problem too. It's like that was a horrible example, a horrible narrative that they put out in the ether. And everybody to this day, Kevin was right. I'm like, no, he was wrong. I'm sorry. You can like a person and they can, like you said, Obama wasn't right about everything. Mm-hmm. And some people had to tell him, nah, bro, you was wrong on that, Barack. You fucked up on that. And that's an okay thing that we need to be able to do as a community and even as older men to be able to say, I got that one wrong. And none of the other older men, I'm like, I don't know if they pulled him to the side and the back. And I was like, from my point of view, I would have felt like because he dressed that young man down publicly, and we know it's thousands of people that watch those Lapeef shows. Ain't no one or two, ain't no little small channel like us. That thing got unbelievable. So I'm like, you gotta give that young man his self-esteem and his self-respect back because you took it from him publicly.
And again,
sat there and apologize. Said, if I was wrong, you know, I try to do that all the time at my age. I'm like, hey, look, I was wrong. I apologize.
And my thing is between Kevin and Sway, you know, that wasn't my, you know, what happened between them. They could have. I don't know if they handled it behind the scenes. I got to talk to Sway, but because I was on the panel with him about a week ago. So, but I got to talk to him about if that ever happened behind the scenes. I don't know that information. However, what happened between them, you know, I got to say, hey, what happened between them happened between them. Now, I did say, you know, like, what's his name? What's my guy's? I ain't seen him in a while. But Negro said, "Hey, brother, would your grandfather approve of you crying about the way women treat us? Would he say handle your business and be a man?" To address Negro, my grandfather would clearly say, because men back then had zero tolerance. So it wouldn't be he wouldn't even call it crying. He would address it though. He would say, "Hey, listen, these women are out of line." And if they're out of line, leave them behind. That's what his words was. If they're out of line, leave them behind. He say, son, if you don't meet a woman, if she doesn't fit what your grandmother is giving me, what you see from your grandmother, leave her behind. And so
but that advice applies today. It's like, why they sitting around crying about it? Just move on.
And my thing, but I think a lot of men, if we address this just for a second, a lot of men, I don't think they are complaining. I think men have concerns. And I'll say this: the reason the other night Tuesday night, I had a panel full of women, and the women were talking about men, and some of the women on the panel were saying men are not complaining. Men have concerns about women doing things that they wouldn't normally do. And she said the reason men shut down and go to other places to discuss it because the women are not allowing them to discuss it in their own homes. Men are walking on eggshells. And these are women that are married that are saying this, that they see men that are miserable because their women are not putting in them. They're in position to be leaders, but their women to just do what they want to do. And they expect the men to accept it. Meet me where I am. Let me do me. Let me do what I want to do. And that's not what. And she said that's not what these are women saying this. Now y'all need to go back and watch it. This is wonderful. These women did a wonderful job Tuesday. She said this is not what women are supposed to do. Women are supposed to see the vision and they're supposed to get in line with the vision. There's not supposed to be two visions in one household. And one lady went on to says it can't be two dicks in the house. It only can be one. And so that's where we're coming from. So we can't say the men. I won't ever say the men are crying. I think men have concerns, and this is their only place when they come to YouTube, when they get out work or they got to see. You know how it is when some men get out work, they sit in their car for 30 minutes before they go in the house. I mean, come on. Y'all, you know that. Come on now.
Mhm.
And so these men are not crying. They just have concerns about how they're being treated. But I did want to address this,
Okay.
like the whole situation with Security Boss.
Okay.
You know, and everybody in the chat right now said um, about the strike or whatever.
Okay.
And I had an opportunity to try to understand why the strike happened. And basically, you know, Security Boss has an image to upkeep. She feels, and she feels like if uh, her her product that she's putting out, she doesn't want anybody else tainting what she's putting out by not giving full context to her content.
Okay.
So if she's not getting full context to her content, or she's not able to approve what you're doing, because I have people calling me, hey, can I use your stuff? Can I use your videos? Can I use your? Absolutely, you can. However, I need you to give reverence to the channel. That's the first thing. Second thing is, do not put my name in a negative light because I'm building something here. So
Okay.
don't go on it. Don't go cut my video up and put certain parts in. Don't play certain parts. Don't give context to certain parts and things like that. So you have to, you know, I even have to be careful. I stopped doing it, using other people's content because,
I did too. They got me.
and the reason I stopped is because I may play a part, and then people be like, "Oh man, you went over there to brother. You heard Brother Clarence what he said about women. You could have said, hey, black women are they just lazy, but I married one that's fantastic. I cut the video up and just played the part where you said black women are lazy. Now all the women hating you, right? So because there's no context, they didn't hear the second part. So when it comes to Security Boss is trying to build something, and she's trying to build positivity, and she's trying to build that women need to be wives, and wives need to celebrate their husbands, and husbands need to love their wives, and she's all about the family value and all this other stuff. And you got, and I know you said earlier that you hadn't watched any of her content, but you know, other
Not
than,
lately, no.
yeah, the Security Boss is doing. And listen, man, I'm not saying this because you know that's my auntie. I'm saying that because she is literally doing the work, and I don't have to just sit here and say she's doing the work. You could go see. She's got shows called The Standard, where she has young men, women and men that are virgins that haven't had sex. They're in their 20s, talking about how they go on their daily lives, and they're talking to other young people about how to sustain from going out having babies early and having kids early. And they talk about marriage, and they talk about the nuclear family, you know. And then she has a dating show where she's putting black love. She's strengthening black love, where black women can find good black men, and black men can find good black women and get married and have relationships.
Mhm.
And then I even co-host with her every Monday. I co-host with her. We talk about, you know, what does it take for it to be a man to be a real man, and I go in and I give my perspective, and she talk about what it takes to be a real woman, and so we have this huge dynamic of we meet on the same page with that because we both want to strengthen our community. Now our communities right now are in a bad way, brother. Our communities in a bad way. You know, the women don't respect the men disrespect the women because they don't feel respected. And then, you know,
Uh-huh.
now men are saying, save yourself, black man, and now, you know, go get you a passport and go to India and get you a wife because women over there are being raised to be wives. Women over here are raised to raise hell, right? So
Huh?
we got all these different things going on, and I think her platform gives insight on growing the family, the nuclear family. And so the reason I think that you got that strike is because she felt like you were putting her out there in a negative light. And let's not forget now, Brother Clarence, that you did disrespect her. You disrespected her with the cartoon character. You disrespected Uncle Stu with the cartoon character and putting Fat Albert out there, stuff like that. And I think that, you know, when we talk about Kevin and Sway, we got to talk about Security Boss and Brother Clarence because y'all around the same age too, probably.
Hmm.
And and I think a man of your stature and respect to you, man, and being my elder, you know,
Appreciate that.
I think that you should have handled that situation better. I think that, you
What
know,
do you think I should have done?
I don't think you should have put it out there like, you know, look at this fat ass Uncle Stu and this ugly ass Security Boss, because that's exactly what it looked like when you put it out there.
Okay.
I think you should have sent an email and say, hey, listen, we need to talk about this. We need to discuss this. And if she didn't want to respond to you, then you just take that L. And it was over. Two adults agreed to disagree, and they move on. But all the cartoon characters and the Fat Albert characters and all this other stuff, I
Okay.
just felt like
Okay.
it was.
Let me ask you a question, brother. I hear you, and you got a valid point there. Now, let me ask you a question. Why do I have to take the L? Why can't she take the L? If she's out here criticizing other people's work, how come her work can't be criticized? If she's putting public work out here on public airwaves and she criticizes other people that are putting stuff out here on public, what's the difference? How come she can't be criticized, but other people can be criticized by her?
Okay, now
Is her brand that high where it's above being criticized itself?
no.
Help me
Well,
understand.
absolutely. So myself, I'll start with me, sir, me first. I accept criticism of all kinds because the kind of platform that I run, I know I'm going to be criticized, right? So I got thick skin for it, right?
Same here.
And so when it comes to being criticized, you can criticize Black Men Unfiltered. Absolutely. I've sat and listened to other content creators talk about me. But don't pull my videos up and put my videos up there because I'm building a brand. I don't want my video on your platform and you disrespecting me and playing my videos. Now you can talk about me all day. You can put a still picture of me up there, whatever you want to do. But don't run my content. Don't play 30 minutes of my content, cut it off, and don't get the whole video because we work hard to, especially myself including, I know she does because her husband does their whole production. They work hard on a brand to maintain a brand. And if we're going to talk and criticize content creators, let's criticize them. Absolutely. You have a right. You have a right to criticize who you want to criticize. But when you start saying, hey, listen, okay, let me give you an example. Right now, if you don't like Walmart and you put Walmart's brand on your YouTube channel, Walmart look at that and see that you're done forever. They're going to crush you. You're right because you're giving Walmart a bad name. If you go out here to a mom and pop barbecue spot, right? The law just permits this. If you go to a barbecue spot, okay, you can talk about, hey, Billy's barbecue is trash and all this here. But when you start putting their copyright name up there and their image on your platform, they can sue you. And
But
so
she ain't Walmart though, brother. She not Walmart.
right, but she's building a brand and thousands of people look up to this woman, right? They do. Let's just be real.
I don't know. I wouldn't know, but if they do, good for them.
Right. And she has a huge following of women that she counsels. She has a huge following of men that her and her husband counsel. I think that, and then she has this image of family values, and then somebody's watching YouTube and see her video playing, and they only playing 10% of it and not playing 90% of it, and it makes a person look bad. Like me, I don't care if you talk about me, but on my show, we talk about a various amount of things. So if I'm talking about something and I may say in the first half of it, hey man, this is stupid, and then I may get an understanding 3 minutes later and change my whole mindset, but you ain't see the change in my mind. You just playing the part where I said this stupid. That's where we get caught up at when we start affecting people's images by using their content.
Okay, so how come she couldn't contact me and say, brother, I don't want you using my content. Can you please take it down?
Well, because the reason that she didn't do that is the same reason why you didn't call her and ask to use her content.
No, I didn't call to ask you because I'm not calling a woman. I don't know.
Right,
so
but
I'm not, and if she struck me first, she struck first. So right. All she had to do was hit me and say, hey, brother, I would have took it down just like that. Same thing with Stu. All he had to do was hit me up. Can you take that down? Boom, it would have been gone just like that. Right?
Right. Now let me say this. What would have happened if you would have called her first before using that content and say, hey, security boss, you and Mr. Boss, because Mr. Boss is attached to everything. So when you call her on Instagram, it rings on his phone and hers, right? And so he'll pick up first. Hey, anything you want to schedule, any business related stuff. She gets in front of the camera and she kills it in front of the camera. But when it comes to the business part of it, the financial part of it, the microphones, the cameras, the meeting, the building stuff, and bringing people on the show, he handles all of the business, everything.
Okay, so I don't know none of that, right? I don't know any of that.
Right.
I'm just not gonna call the lady I don't know who had a problem with me, right? So anyway, my question to you, brother, is okay, if I can make the call, she can make the call. But for some reason she gets forgiven to have to make the call or anything. I mean, she could have reached out to me just like I could have reached out to her. Now the reason I'm gonna tell you asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer it. The reason why I didn't question her is because I have used many people's videos, and because of the fair use situation, I didn't think it was going to be a problem. because my intent wasn't to make her look bad. My intent was to make the advice look bad, and so that she could go back and correct that, or call me up and say, "Hey, tell me what you disagreed about what I said, and then let me explain to you why I said it that way." But none of that happened like that.
Now I will say that I will say this. All she tried to do was encourage Sway not to argue with Kevin Samuels. That's it.
Not what she did, brother. That's not what happened. Come on, man. Tell the truth.
I'm telling the truth.
Okay, she also she did that, but she also encouraged him to accept his abuse. She did. Now, if you want to go back and watch the video for yourself, go back and watch it for yourself. That's exactly what she encouraged him to do.
Okay.
She did.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, I will say this. Me personally, I've used other people content in the beginning of me building, right? Because I don't do that no more. I think doing reaction videos, I mean, people do it and it's okay. But I think if you start to build yourself and start to have a variety of things, maybe I'll do it one every now and then.
Yeah,
but raw content is what I do all the time now. And so I've reached out to several content creators because I've seen something so great on their content. And I asked them, is it okay if I use this? If they don't get back with me, I don't use it. And you know, I don't just go and use it. I just say, hey, I don't want to do it.
Do you think that's bad? You think that's bad if we don't do that?
Well, I think it's bad if you go use somebody's content without because YouTube allows you to strike. So they even think it's bad, right? If you go use somebody's content without their permission. Okay. YouTube encourages it. If your content, when you get monetized, they're going to tell you if someone's using your content without your permission, this is how you handle it. These are the steps.
I'm going to wait until you guys go after the lead attorney for what he did to Tasha K. I'm going to wait for you guys to go make video after him, right? Because he used all kind of, matter of fact, he almost got sued for using Tasha K's videos without being permission. So I'll wait for that. But anyway,
the reason I say with the lead attorney is the second part of what you just said, attorney, right? So he's a lawyer, so he knows the ramifications. He knows how to get in and out. That's his business. I'm strictly talking about Security Boss and her brand, right? She's trying to and speaking with her.
I don't have nothing against it, by the way. I don't have nothing against it.
Her husband he's a businessman, right? And so he's not about he used the content and didn't ask us. Oh, okay. Well, we're just gonna handle everything legally. That's how he wrote. That's how he rolled.
Okay, that's cool, and I get it. That's why you won't see a second of her content on here ever again. Believe that. It'll never be. It's only being discussed right now just to get the timeline straight, so that we can know that everything I did and the mistakes. You could point out the mistakes I made. Like, for example, making that drawing there, I could have did something better than that. I could have done something better than that, but I didn't want to use their photographs and then get another strike for using their photographs. So I used something else. But I could have did something better than that. I didn't have to do that, right? Okay, I will admit where I'm wrong.
And then when you used her video, did she use the legal ramifications of fair use?
Yeah, right? all I did was critique it.
Right. So basically, right, you can't. So when you're using fair use, you can't critique it. That's the thing. You cannot make any changes to anything that you say fair use.
I didn't change anything. I just critiqued it. I didn't change it.
So when you say critique, what do you mean when you say critique?
I gave my opinion of her opinion. That's it. I didn't change it. I didn't say. I didn't cut it up. I didn't do nothing like that. I played the parts that I wanted to play. Which was, I played it all in a row. First of all, I didn't play one part and then jump over to another part and then jump over to another. I played it all in a row. And, I understand them striking it down. That's their American given right to strike it down. I get that.
Let me tell you this, right? Because when it comes to Sway, and I hope Sway is listening, he can come in and clear this up as well.
He can come in.
After that show, Security Boss and Sway had a conversation, right? And after that conversation, they cleared everything up because guess what? Sway knew, oh, you know what? I was wrong. I thought that you were telling me to accept the abuse. He said, I didn't know that you were just telling me not to argue with the man. Right? Because basically, and now Sway, that's what he believes. The actual person believes the actual person that was in that debacle believes that she was trying to tell him to stop arguing, and then us on the outside are saying, "No, that ain't what it is." But
Well,
Sway,
I'm just saying that's what I saw. So if she thought that I saw it wrong, why not call me over to discuss it? And then we could have discussed it, and then I would have been on the same page you on, right?
right?
But
But the thing again, I think that, like I said again, she's a very submissive woman to her husband. So when her husband
we'll
makes
have
a
her husband do
decision,
it.
right? Yeah, right. If her husband makes a decision, right? That's what he's leading her. It ain't the other way around, right? And so she's the one of those traditional wives that loves her husband. He leads her. She follows his vision where they're
Good.
going, right? And
That's
so
good.
when it comes to the decisions made to strike your channel, the businessman made that decision to strike your channel because
Okay.
he felt like you were coming against his wife in a negative way,
That's my
and
point,
you were
brother.
using
That's
her.
my point.
Right.
That's my point. My point is that they didn't take the time to find out where I was coming from. They just said, "Oh, you making something," and you're talking about, because I never said anything about her in particular. I was talking about her advice, and so they made it seem they struck me down, and because they didn't have the time to say the wherewithal to say, "Hey, you know what? Let's find out what's going on, or let's even talk to the brother, see what he got, and let's bring him on to find out." So obviously, I ain't worth even bringing on
Right.
to even discuss the situation, right?
But then you
But they
also
would have
have,
did that.
but you also have to look at the comments of the people. You have to. It's not. I learned a long time ago. Perception is reality, and a lot of people, Brother Clarence, respectfully, they said that you perceive you did that to for your content, right?
Yeah,
You wanted to
right.
perceive her in a negative way for your content.
Why would I want to perceive her negatively? For what?
Because okay, so let me tell you something, Brother Clarence. Are you a movie guy? Do you watch movies?
Sometimes.
Have you ever seen Iron Man 3?
No.
Iron Man 2? Iron Man 2?
No.
Iron Man was driving a race car, and this man from Russia came in with something that was built that he felt like he can destroy Iron Man. So Iron Man went around the track. The man walked on the track, hit his car with this whip, and split it in half. And Iron Man got out. He didn't have his suit. He just dodged the man until his homeboy brought his suit. When homeboy brought the suit, Iron Man got dressed up, started fighting him, beat him, but the man put a whipping on him before he beat him. Now let me tell you what happened. Iron Man went to the jail and said, "You thought you beat me? You can't come close to beating me." He said, "I didn't try to beat you." He said, "You were on camera. Millions of people saw you." All right. He said, "Now all I did was cut you a little bit so the blood can hit the water." He said, "Now all the sharks are coming." He said, I just nicked you a little bit for the sharks to come." Right?
Mhm.
Now that's what happened that's what's going to happen with Security Boss. Security Boss, right? Security, what you did, and when you use that image of her and tried to, say you disagree with her and said all this stuff and using her content, that's nicking her. And she starts to bleed in the water. If you do that to her, then who's next? Who else gonna pull up some of her videos and then make it worse, chop it up,
Yeah, that's
and
fine. I understand her taking action, brother. I understand that.
right,
I'm just
exactly.
saying, could just call me up, but she don't have no obligations to do that, right? If she want to just throw a strike, she could throw a strike. Anyway, let's get back to. I just want to make sure I'm telling the story right. So I made the video. About her, and she struck it down.
Yes.
I made another video because I felt that they was being hypocritical. Not only her, but Stu being hypocritical because they had an issue with me criticizing them. Meanwhile, they out here criticizing other people. I felt that was hypocritical. Now I could, like you said, there's all kinds of different ways you could look at it, right? Whatever. But I felt that was hypocritical. I felt, how you out here criticizing other situations, but we can't criticize your situation, and you
Okay.
publicly putting these videos out.
Now let me ask you this. Tell me this. How many times have you seen Security Boss use somebody else's content to do that?
I haven't, but see, I don't watch her content, so I can't say if she does or doesn't. I don't watch her content.
Zero.
Okay.
She never does. Anything she talks about, she creates her own. It's like a what do you call it? It's like a full production. She creates her own production of what she's going to talk about. And if she's going to talk about Brother Clarence, she's not going to have none of your content. She what she's going to do is she's going to this is the line she uses. Guys, I was on Brother Clarence yesterday. He disrespected me. However, I'm going to discuss what happened. When I discuss what happened, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? He said, well, I'm going to discuss what happened. And when I discuss what happened, um, she said, if y'all want to go watch what happened, go over to Brother Clarence YouTube channel and watch what happened.
That's
But
a
I'm
better
just
way of doing it.
but I'm just talking about it over here. That's her
Right.
line. She never plays it. She said, if y'all want to watch it, go to watch it on his channel.
Right.
Right. And
Right.
even as close as as close as we are to me, to Security Boss. Security Boss, we had a great show Tuesday. She was on my panel. And she will actually call me as close as we are, and she know I'm good with it because I know she's never gonna disrespect me, and like I won't never disrespect her. We have respect for each other. I knew she would never put me in a bad way, but she still reaches out to me. Her husband still reaches out to me and say, "Hey, can we use your content?" Right? He still asks me, knowing that he know I'm gonna be okay with it, but he still asks me every time, "Hey, bro, if can I use your content from last night, the part that Security Boss was on?" Absolutely, cool, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
that's a
get you.
better way. So that's a better way of doing it. What I think that what you should have. I'm not telling you what to do. Like I said, you're an elder to me. What I'm saying, and I respect you. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
what you could have done is say, you know what, guys, I don't like the way Security Boss did this on Lapeef the other night, and y'all need to go take a look at it. Or I don't like
Oh,
those
that's
shoes.
what I will do from now on. I
Yeah,
would never. I wouldn't put a second of her content on my page. It doesn't belong here. I get what you're saying. I would never do that. I would
right.
never put. I would. And probably would never mention her. I'm only talking about this situation now because I don't want it to get out there that I just was running. I was just after her. See, like what you said. Well, people are saying that you want views and likes and all that. From who? From her? The people that like her ain't gonna come over here to me. Come on, stop it, man. Stop it. Really?
Right.
We talk about a whole different kind of situation over here.
Right. Right.
Brother.
And I'm gonna discuss.
So those people ain't coming over here.
And I'm gonna discuss the hater in the chat. New Growth. New Growth said, "Black Man Unfiltered." She had the footage of her and Angry Man on her page. I just watched it, unless I'm tripping. So since New Growth is not a part of the YouTube community and he's on the outside looking in, let me grow him up. That channel that you with Angry Man and Security Boss was on is owned by Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels and Security Boss are like family. So she asks Anton to use his content, and Anton will give it to her without question because Anton looks up to Security Boss. They're like family. So if she wants to, so if she needs that content to put it on her platform, she will definitely get it from Anton because he's going to give it to her without question. That's how much he respects her.
Okay, good. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. So let me go through the timeline because I don't want to because I know you got stuff to do, brother. I ain't gonna try to keep you out here all night long.
Oh no, you good. You
Going
good.
around and around and around and around. Okay, so
Now hold on. Before you say that, now I want to hold you accountable for another thing, if I may, my elder.
okay,
Remember when you said that she was on a Kevin Samuels mothership?
yeah.
See? Now how was that? Now how is that? Now how is that okay?
No. I call that's an inside joke here. We call the Peep the mothership because most of us came from there. Most of us came out of there, and so we doing our own little thing. We either came from the mothership or the lead attorney. So, but I call the Peep the mothership, and they know it. So it's not like they don't. Oh my God, they know it. So that wasn't no strike on her. I've been calling them the mothership so long. I don't call them the Peep no more. I just call them the mothership.
Right.
So
And another thing, like Negro said, watch my mouth. Okay, we two grown men, and I mean, in person, that wouldn't none of that be said. However, I'm not going to get into a Negro. He's a good guy. All I'm saying is, if you have a link and you want to bring him up, you can. However, New Growth, when it comes to this type of stuff, we have to know what we're
Brother
talking
Rob,
about.
hold on 1 second, a bit, Black Man. Brother Rob, I do want to bring you up, man, but this ain't the show for it, brother, because we're not gonna go around and around and around over here on this one. I want you to explain that. No Excuse Entertainment. I'm gonna bring you up on another show, brother, not this one. This one we got to get. I just want to get this straight real quick, and then we're gonna be on our way. Okay, go ahead, brother, Black Man.
Yeah. No, I'm saying he was asking, can he come up and address me? And that's
Who's that?
New Growth. Now, I don't have no problem with it.
Okay. Well, New Growth, hold on, because I'm not gonna turn this into a bloodbath. I just want to
No,
I
it
just
won't be
want
that.
to talk about this situation. I just
Me
want
and
to
New
talk about
Grove
this
know each other. Yeah,
situation.
we know each other very well. It won't turn
Okay.
into a bloodbath. We men.
Okay. Right. Okay. So anyway, go ahead, Black Man, and then I'll get started on what I was talking
So yeah, so I think at the end of the day, there needs to be there needs to be, like I said, I have respect for you as my elder. I have much respect for Security Boss and other people as well. I think there's a time and place for everything. I think that we need to, if we don't know a person and we don't have a relationship with a person, it's like going into being a stepdaddy, or you can't go and marry a woman with kids and go in and just start whooping them on day one. No, 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 no. It has to be a balance. Those kids have to know they can trust you. They have to know that you are an authoritative figure in their life before you can start disciplining them. Everything has to have a balance. So with you not knowing Security Boss and just go and get her content and plastering it on your thing and saying something negative, or her husband was going to take legal action. So that's what. So
Yeah,
that's
and I appreciate that. I,
yeah.
I I have no problem with that. That's their right to do that. So that's no problem, man. So I'm just laying it out. Okay, I made the video and then they struck it down, right? But
Right.
I never disrespected her at all in the video. I never tried to make her look bad. I made her her take, her opinion. I didn't agree with, but other than that, I didn't have no problem with her. I didn't disrespect her personally. Didn't respect her family. Nothing, right? So I'm
Okay.
putting it out.
So can I ask you this?
Yes,
Has she ever said anything on her platform or any other platform?
I don't know.
Bad,
Maybe I don't
bad.
think so. It's never
I'm
gotten
saying,
back to me if she did.
I'm saying, yeah, bad about Brother Clarence.
I don't think so. But I don't watch her content like that.
Okay.
So I don't know. But if she had, it hasn't gotten back to me. I don't
Right.
think she has. She don't seem like that type of person. So I don't know. But I don't know what's going on over there. But you know what I'm saying? So nothing has gotten back to me saying, oh man, Security Boss said this about this. That's why you haven't heard me say too much about her. I haven't said nothing about her really. I just said I thought this was hypocritical the way they did this situation. I felt like, hey, you know what? Especially since you know I don't know you, but I guess if everybody's souping you up, telling you, oh, you just doing this because he's trying to get views off of you, he's trying to get subscribers. Please, I know I look slow, but I am not slow. Her subscribers are never coming over here because there's a whole different type of group of people over here. The type of group of people over here, whole different type of people. So we ain't doing nothing to. I'm not trying to do nothing to get their subscribers. I ain't trying to do nothing to get the mothership subscribed. I ain't trying to get nobody just to lead attorney. None of them. Yours. I'm not trying to get your subscriber, brother. I could be over there trying to be on the panel all the time. I'm not trying to get your subscribers to come over here because you got a whole different. All of you guys got a whole different set of subscribers. You know, we may share some, but most of us have a core set of people that mess with us. Okay, cool. So I never was trying to get nothing off of her, no clicks, views, likes, nothing. I just was upset at the way that I felt that she was getting this. But if he feel like, hey, now I see the light, and this grown man can abuse me for 45 minutes, an hour, whatever, because she older than me and he got a million subscribers. Hey, cool. That's on him. I'm just saying what I saw and what I saw. We never got a chance to discuss it, me and Security Boss. So it's just gonna lay where it's at. I just wanted to be clear that I don't have nothing against her. I never had nothing against. I never wanted no clicks and views from her. I don't expect none of her people to come over here, except for the very few that probably get down with both of us. But other than that, I wasn't trying to get no mass exodus from over there. She do a whole different type of content, and so do I. So that's off the table. The next thing is, I felt that she was putting the young man in danger. Now, that's real talk. I thought she was putting him in danger.
How's
But
that?
obviously, I guess wherever he's from, you can walk around using that kind of advice, and you ain't gonna get your head beat in. Cool. I'm from Los Angeles. You walk around out here, man, people will your wig will get split. So I thought, I said, man, and he seemed like a respectable young man. He would take her advice even if he disagreed with it.
Right.
So that's why I made the video.
And let me say this real quick. Teresa Neal, I think that's a female, maybe a male, either one.
It's a
I,
female.
it's a female. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
argue with. I don't argue with women. I mean, grown men don't do that. But it's a lot of other channels that argue. Men argue with women in the chat. I don't do that. So peace and love to you, sweetheart. I'm praying that you have the best day of your life tomorrow, and I hope that everybody in your family is doing well, honey. And my prayers and everything go out to you. Peace and love to your life, sweetheart. But yeah, so I think that's all. That's the only comment I have about it. I just think people want to be respected. People want to, you know, when you ask permission to use their stuff, like, you know, lead attorney may use stuff, and he a lawyer. He said, you know what, I know some ways to get up in and out of this thing without being sued. So he's a lawyer. That's his specialty.
So
right?
so let me see if I understand you. Y'all rock with the lead attorney, but you ain't got no smoke for him using other people's videos. You just got smoke for me using yours.
No. What I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. Let me make it clear.
Okay.
You can use other people's content, but make sure when you use it, you have their permission to.
But I'm saying the lead attorney almost got sued by Tasha K for not getting permission to use her. And that was just her use her content. So that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is where I came into because I'm going into the second video where I actually talked about the hypocrisy, because you have people like that okay, if I'm such a bad person for using your content without getting your permission, and you rock with this man, and this man almost got sued by an even larger YouTuber, how come ain't nobody got no smoke for that person?
Because he didn't use her content.
Gotcha.
He didn't use Security Boss's content.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure.
And he's a huge supporter of Security Boss as well. Yeah. So if he wanted to use her content, she would definitely give him the permission to use it.
But do you see the contradiction there?
No, because he would ask.
No, he didn't ask Tasha K nothing.
No, to my Security Boss. If he wanted, if say,
but we're not talking about Security Boss.
Oh yeah,
I'm the one that used Security Boss's stuff without getting permission. I did that.
Yeah, that's between him and Tasha K. I'm strictly talking about peace. Everybody ain't Tasha K. Everybody ain't the lead attorney. I'm strictly talking about Security Boss. If you ask her and you know her, and you ask her to use her content, she's going to give you she's going to give you the rules of using her content. Hey, listen, yes, you can put my stuff on your platform. However, make sure they see it in clarity. Don't chop it up. Don't make it seem like, oh, I'm just this evil woman and I don't have no solutions to what I'm saying. You know, make sure you play it throughout. If you're going to play the whole thing.
Basically, if I do something out of line, like with my video, you right now could go through my catalog, find something that I did wrong and bring it up here right now, or make a video about it and then say, bro, Clarence, I made a video about you. And or if I saw it or somebody told me about it, I would hit you up and say, hey, bro, you made that video about me. Hey, can I at least explain myself? Right? Or if you said no, I'll do it here. Right? Okay. Over there, I didn't get a chance to do nothing. Right? I mean, everybody they just assumed whatever, right, out of that situation. Right?
I learned quickly though. Right? I learned from Anton as well. Like I have had conversations with him, right? And Anton, he gives you the game. Listen, bro, if you're ever gonna use anybody, this is his words. If you're ever gonna use anybody's shit, bro, make sure you have their damn permission, bro. He said, don't get mad when they strike your ass or try to sue your ass for using their shit.
Oh no, I got it. See, well, I'm not talking about the strike no more.
Okay.
I understand why they did that.
Right.
That's not the problem I have. The problem I have is they're not having the smoke for no one else. That if you gonna have smoke for me, and because I didn't get permission using videos, why not have permission? Have smoke for Anton? I know doesn't get permission for a lot of his videos, and the lead attorney especially. He almost got sued by Tasha K for not having for not getting her permission to use the videos. So why then only have smoke for me for doing that? Instead of saying all of y'all need to not stop doing this. Anton, lead attorney, Brother Clarence, whoever else is out there, stop doing this.
Because she's worried, because Mr. Boss is concerned about his wife and who he's covering. He ain't worried about covering Anton and lead attorney. He worried about him and his wife's image. So when they using their stuff, that's his channel. If he gets sued, he gets sued. But when it comes to Security Boss, he says he's going to protect his wife at all costs from anybody, male, female, and other.
As he should.
Exactly.
As he should.
Exactly.
Okay. So but this is like I said. This is okay. Basically, what I want to show is that I don't have no problem with her. I never did have a problem with her. I never did anything for no clicks, no views, or nothing. I never tried to get it for no subscribers, nothing. I had a problem with the advice she gave. I thought she was putting that man in mortal danger by telling him to go around taking the abuse of men, grown men, just because they was older than him. If you think that's good advice, hey, If that's the kind of advice they pushing out there, hey, go ahead, Sway. Hey, if that's the kind of advice you want to take, go ahead and take it. I don't know no other grown man that would give you that kind of advice. But hey, well, there's Mr. Lee, of course, that would tell you that just because somebody's older than you, you should get your head bashed in, right? Other than that, I don't know anybody else that would tell you that.
Right. And another thing, like Miss Reese in the chat right here, she said, he needs to stay in the panel, leave the chat alone, come in here, he fair game. That's right. I run a platform. And Reese, I will say this again. If you don't know me, you may need to go watch my channel before you go too hard on me, because like you really don't know what kind of content I do, and I'm real good at a lot of things, and one of those things are I have an undefeated clapback game that's undeniably undefeated, and so I don't want to have.
No.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
Over here, brother.
I'm
just like I wouldn't go over to your place and clap back on
nobody. No. I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying she needs to know who she's dealing with before she get to working. But anyway, so
well, let me say this, black man. I never brought you over here to be insulted. If you feel like you were insulted, I apologize to you, brother. But these are my people that they're going to try to, cover down on me. And, they just going to try to, look out for me in anything. So I apologize if you feel disrespected by some of them. So,
no.
They got my back all the way. So,
yeah, absolutely.
And I don't want you to have to feel like, well, you got to go in or you got to do all that. They just letting you know about how they feel about me.
Right.
Let's get back to our conversation. Our conversation is about me and the security boss.
So, let me ask you a question. Why didn't you, after that situation happened, security boss has a show on every other day and every Friday, right? Okay. Why didn't you go over there and cam up and say, you know what? Let me. I'm the man in this. I'm gonna go over to her show, and I'm gonna cam up, and we're gonna have this conversation on her platform.
You want to know the answer to that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me answer that question. The reason why I didn't do it is because I felt like, man, if she struck me down, why would she let me on the platform? Why would she even let me up? If she can't even deal with a video and say, hey, now I would have went if she had invited me. If I would have known that it was cool for me to go over there, I probably would have did that.
It would have been though. She would have let you up. Yeah, she would let you up.
Okay, but how do I know that? Right? Just like you guys thought I was out there making videos for likes, views, and subscribers, right? How do you know that I wasn't doing that, right? But okay, so we just didn't know. We just had a misunderstanding, right? Okay, I get it. And they taught me a valuable lesson about using other people's content because I really didn't know that. I would use people's content all the time and not a lot and not think nothing of it. And so now I'm more conscientious about the kind of content I bring on my platform. So I appreciate them for that. They did teach me that. So I appreciate her for that. But I would have definitely went up there if invited. But I didn't know. And all I had to do, and you have said this yourself, all I had to do was go up there and hit her up, and she go to YouTube and say, he's stalking me. He's stalking me. He's trying to come up on my platform. He's stalking me, right? Could that happen? I've seen you say about your son, you teach your son about stuff like that, right? Is that possible?
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's definitely possible. That could have happened, right? So
I don't think that you got to know her character. I mean, security boss would have never said no stuff like that. Like she just
But I'm not. But I don't know that right now, brother. Do I?
I didn't know that. Right? Let me tell you how I know, because that's like you said, you don't watch a lot of her content. There's been a lot of people that have beefed with her or had a disagreement with her platform or something she said, and they've come down in that back, and she's let them up, and they've had a conversation. She does it all the time. Like it happens. People don't agree with what she says. She let them up, and she'll tell them. She'll see them in the chat, and she'll be like, "Oh, okay, I see you. Mr. Johnson. I see you disagree. Hey, listen, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. You can come up. We can have the discussion."
Well, that's cool.
She does it all the time, bro.
But she never did that for me, so I'm not gonna be trolling her because she could say, "Oh, he trolling me." See, I ain't stupid. I wasn't gonna fall for that one. Oh, he trolling me. He keeps trying to contact me to come up here, and he's making me scared.
That's an assumption.
What's gonna happen, bro?
No, I'm saying that's an assumption, man. Because I'm telling you,
that's
she's
a safe assumption, isn't it?
No,
that's a pretty safe assumption, right?
She's not that type of female.
Let's say you had a problem with somebody, black man. You had a problem with this with a sister. Let's just say an arbitrary sister out there. You had a problem with the sister. You say, "Hey, you start emailing her. Hey, let me, let's talk it out. Next thing you know, you get something from YouTube saying, hey, we closed down your channel because you are stalking this lady, and we got all this proof. Nah, what don't happen to Brother Clarence?
I've had that though. I've had a really bad argument with a female, and she was on her panel, and I went right up on her panel, and we had a discussion.
Okay, well that's you. You know what I'm saying? Well that's you.
I mean, I'm
Brother
willing
Clarence.
to. I'm willing to make the moves, man. Do the work.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I got a lot to lose over YouTube. So I mean, I would like to do it, but I'm only walking in safe spaces. Now, I can't tell you that you're gonna like me, but if you're gonna at least give me a safe space to sit down and talk about it, cool. But if you can't guarantee my the safety of my journey, then I'm not rolling with you.
Right.
Simple as that.
And that's another thing. That's another reason why content creators are so protective of their content. Is because a lot of content creators just use these content creators stuff, but they don't study the content creator before they use their stuff. Like right now, you don't know a lot about Security Boss, but if you would have watched a few of her videos before using that video, you would have known. Oh yeah, this is a good stand-up woman right here. She's submissive to her husband.
I never said she wasn't a good stand-up woman.
No. I'm saying you would have known her character to know when you did what you did, that you could have reached out to her and she wouldn't have done you that way.
Yeah, see, like I said, I'm not willing to. I don't gamble, brother. I don't gamble. You'll never see Brother Clarence in no casino. Shout out to the people that do, but I don't go to no. I don't gamble. So if I don't have if my passage ain't secured, you can forget that, man. I will not be getting on the boat. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. I taking you at your word. I see you as a conscientious young man. I take you at your word, but I did not know that at that time. So I wasn't willing to risk it by me trying to contact her to say, hey, can I come on the panel? And then she not respond to that, and then me try to reach out to her again, and then next thing you know, she's saying, hey, this dude is stalking me. Right. Wasn't gonna happen, brother.
Okay, so since you think that can happen, is it possible that you are for your part in it? Are you right now able to look into your camera right now and apologize for the cartoon character and the using the content without permission?
I can, because I feel like that I could have did that better. I could have did that better. And I'm gonna tell you how much of a soldier I am. I ain't gonna require that she apologize nothing to me.
Okay.
I ain't even gonna say, oh, she got to do this, she got to do that. I apologize to her for using her content I apologize to Stu. Well, I've already done this on the video anyway, but I apologize to them for using their content without their permission. I will never. Let me tell you, Security Boss and Stu, they ain't got to worry about me ever bringing their content up again on my platform. You ain't got to worry about it ever again. So I do apologize to you about that. And if I offended you by making the video or making the thumbnail that I made with Stu and the Fat Albert dude and Security Boss and the Boss Lady, I apologize about that. There it is.
Very noble of you, brother.
Well, I mean, I'm like you said, I'm a certain type of guy. Now, the kind of people they are, they're the kind of people they are, right? So I'm the kind of person I'm gonna stand on whatever I did, and I'm gonna be willing to take a punch in the stomach for whatever I did. I'm willing to walk the walk and talk the talk. You know what I'm saying? Now, my question to you, black man, do you think that they owe me anything for what they did to me?
Hey, say hey to the basketball team. My basketball team right here.
What's up, fellas? Did y'all win?
No, they practice. They practicing today.
Practicing?
Yeah, they
all
practice
right,
today. Y'all go. Y'all go. Appreciate it.
But you young man, I've been there and done that, bro. You can have that.
Yeah.
You can have that, man.
But yeah, man. So man, I appreciate you apologizing, man. And
okay, now let me ask you something. And they don't have to do nothing, but do you think that they should rectify anything with me, or should they just my apology should just be left out there? I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying, do you think that? What do you think?
I think that it initially began by you using their content without their permission. That's what started the whole Riverwalk, right?
right?
And so you just apologize for it. Now it's
And I didn't have to, right? I got fair use. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing outside of fair use. I didn't have to do that. But I'm
Right.
apologizing because I'm a G. And I don't have no problem apologizing if they took it the wrong way.
Right.
Not, oh, I'm wrong, but if they took it the wrong way, if they
Right.
felt slighted by it, I'm apologizing for that.
What do you, and if so, what do you think they should apologize to you for? What do you think they should apologize for?
I think that they don't have to apologize to me for nothing. But what they could do is at least admit that, hey, we could have reached out. They could have reached out to me. They could have reached out to me. We know a lot of the same people. They could have reached out to me, got in touch with me, and said, brother, can you take that down? Oh, I would have took it down just like that. A heartbeat, not even a
Right.
question, right?
All right.
So I want them to think about that.
Mhm.
Because see, ain't no egos over here.
Right.
We
Well,
we got a brand we trying to build, but what we don't got is egos. The egos are over wherever else they are. They ain't no egos here. When you come over here and say, brother Clarence, you did this wrong, which you know what, brother, I apologize to y'all for that, right? That's how we roll here.
Mhm.
It ain't about the brand; it's about the people. But I get it. I get where they're coming from. But I'm just saying, how about thinking about the other person? What do you think they should do?
Now,
I don't think they need to apologize for anything. But what do you think they should do? What do you think, or if at all, anything?
I think from on my end, if it were me, I'll say, okay, I accept your apology. I appreciate you for standing up for for what you did. And I appreciate you for that, and I accept your apology.
That's it. Then keep it. Don't worry about it. They don't have to do nothing. But just leave it like it is now. I apologize, and just leave it. If that's the best they're gonna be able to do, leave it. That's all right.
Right. But saying, like, I think it goes back to, because I learned very early about the YouTube content. I think it goes back to everybody is not the same, and people handle things differently. Like some men will go to another man and say, hey, you know what, brother Clarence, let's sit down and have a conversation. But like you said, you in LA, some men may say, hey, let's have a conversation, brother Clarence, and some men may be like, brother Clarence, pow, 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 pow. Right? Right. Everybody handles things differently. And so, if they did what they did legally, or tried to, or they put a strike against the video, they had a right to do that, because that's the way he as a businessman handled that. Right?
Yeah,
and that's right.
I have no problem with that, brother. I don't have no problem with that. All I'm saying is, if I don't particularly feel I was wrong for what I did based on the fair use, but I'm willing to apologize for offending them. I guess that's what I'm actually apologizing for, offending them, because that wasn't my intention to offend either one of them. But if they felt offended, I love my people so much, even when they got me pegged wrong, I'm willing to apologize to them, because I don't want them to feel that way unless they just got a bunch of smoke for me, and then we can do it the other way. But I'm saying I'm trying to step, and it's not because I'm scared of them. I ain't got no problem with them, or I'm scared of her husband or whatever. Hey, none of that. I'm just as a man who's a faith-based man. I'm trying to operate off my faith and say, okay, Clarence, maybe you're the one that was wrong. Maybe you stepped out of line. Maybe you stepped over the line, and maybe you ain't wrong legally. You ain't wrong technically, but if they took it a certain way, then that's something, maybe you should address that. So that's what I'm addressing, brother. I don't feel I was wrong. I feel like I didn't mean to offend them, either one of them. I didn't mean to offend them. But if I did, then that's what I'm apologizing for.
Yeah, because his wife's image to him means a lot to him. And so
mine does to me too.
Right. And I agree. And it's just like brother Clarence, like if you went out right now in your car, God forbid, and somebody hit you and T-bones you, boom, and you got out the car and you're 100% fine. And you say, are you gonna say, if the man told you, hey, Mr. Clarence, thank you for giving me your name. hey, listen, man, let's not call the police, man. I'll hit you up tomorrow and let you know the details on how we're gonna get your car fixed. What would you say?
Oh man, we black, that happens all the time. You got to tell them, nah, bro, where's your insurance, right?
Right, and right, right, and that's the thing. You just made my point. If when it comes to security boss, that's what happened. Like there was a wreck, and now after the wreck happens, now it's time. Now we saying, hey, listen, can we just talk about it now? Can we just, can we have a conversation about it? You're like, no, no, no. Let's call the police out here and let's get this insurance card and make sure we have a police report and do it the right way.
Of course.
And that's what happened in y'all situation.
Wait, but I never denied that, brother. I'm not denying that.
No,
All
no,
I'm
no.
saying
I'm not
is,
saying, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, all I'm saying is, man, that this is my mistake, because sometimes I can make a mistake saying that if I'm willing to come to the table and apologize for something, that just on the sheer fact that their feelings were hurt over it, and that wasn't my intention. Now, if I intended to do it, I wouldn't be even saying nothing, but I didn't intend to do that. So that I don't want it to go like, oh, well, I'm just, yeah, I'm not. I don't have. I just want it to be to where, I don't have no problem with them. I have nothing with them. I feel like they should give me the same courtesy of at least saying, man, yeah, we could have handled this differently, but I don't think they're gonna do that. So I don't even want to pursue that situation about that, because I don't feel like they are. Like you said, I don't know security boss. I don't know her character. I don't know what she's about. I'm sure she's a nice enough lady or whatever, but she just had a problem with me saying something of critiquing her video. Cool, not a problem. Never happen again. We probably never run into each other's streets, because whenever I see her, I run like I got hot sauce in my feet, because I don't want to have nothing to do. I don't want her to be offended or nothing, or say, like I said, now you telling me she's a type of lady that won't do it, but like I said, I didn't know she might be the type of lady, oh, this dude's following me all over the internet. I didn't know. So I just left her alone. I didn't want nothing to happen. Now, as far as the thing, so it's pretty much the same situation with Stu. Now, I had already apologized to them on another video anyway, but I apologized to them about how they took it. I didn't break no fair use laws. I didn't do none of that. You can critique if you look in the fair use laws and your what do you call that, the rules for being on YouTube. You can critique another video. You can critique it, and that's all I was doing.
Yeah,
So
but YouTube also tells you, like I can send it to you. YouTube say you can use other people's content, but we missed the fine print at the bottom. But you must have permission from the content creator to use it. And that's why a lot of us get in trouble because it happened to me before. I went in there and used it, and they sent me a email saying you cannot use other people's content without their permission. So fair use is fair use. That's right. That lets YouTube know, okay, it's fair use. Now what they're gonna do is, if no strikes happen, they're good. But what they're gonna do is they want to know, oh, it's fair use. Okay, cool. And he has permission. Cool. Because what they're gonna do, they're gonna look in your description, and they're going to see original video, because you given. So basically, when they see original video, it would have said security boss unsolicited, and it would have had the link to the original video, so people could go back and watch it on her channel, so they can actually see it.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Where does fair use come from? Does it come from YouTube?
Nope.
Who does it come from then?
It comes from the government. It comes from a law.
Wait a minute. You mean YouTube is greater than the government?
Nope.
They can make the laws greater than the government laws?
Mm-mm. But it's their content.
You just told me, brother.
well, YouTube is very powerful, because right now I can say 3 words against the rainbow community on your channel right now and shut you down in 30 seconds.
Okay.
So they powerful now. They'll get rid of you.
Okay.
So you got to follow their policies. And so
I'm not saying you don't. I agree.
Right. So any company you work for, basically, especially when being monetized. So I'm monetized. So basically, I'm working for YouTube.
I'm not.
And they paying me, right? So I have to follow their policies. And if I go against their policies, they have a right at will to take everything down because I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do
Of
under
course,
under their business. Yeah,
exactly. It's their thing, right?
yeah,
I get it. So, but anyway, basically, man, I just want to like to go through it because I didn't do anything. Now, did I do you know of any point in which I disrespected her as a person?
yeah. When you did the cartoon character, yes,
Okay, I disrespected her as a person by doing the cartoon character.
yep,
Have we already discussed that?
yeah.
Okay. Do you know of any other place where when you saying I disrespected her, she never told me, but she said, okay, but she's telling you to tell me, and I know you handle a lot of business for her. So you telling me, okay, I disrespected her. Okay. And I apologize to her because I ain't out here to try to disrespect no woman, not even security boss who I don't even know. So I'm definitely not trying to purposely disrespect no women. People don't know my character. Well, there's a few people that do, but most of the people out there don't know my character. I ain't about that. I'm about helping the sisterhood if I can. So anyway, that's why I stepped off of my square because I realized she's in the sisterhood and she's my people, and I got a responsibility to black people just based on my faith, right? So unless she come in with a whole lot of smoke, I got enough, God touched my heart to let me say, okay, Clarence, maybe you could have did that better, and
Right.
it ain't no big thing, right? Now, what I don't want to hear is, oh, that nigga was scared, man. I had that nigga scared. He was running around. You should have seen it. No.
Yeah, yeah, they would never do that.
No, I don't want to hear nothing like that.
Yeah, I just know for a fact.
I'm talking to you, man to man.
Yeah,
We're just talking, and I'm just telling you, my feelings, and it was all faith-based. Wasn't no fear, nothing like that. It was just all faith-based. So I appreciate you coming up, man. And also, okay, so I just want to clear up a few things. Outside of you telling me where she had an issue with the little cartoon character, is there any other place that you know of where I verbalized or made some type of image that she felt I disrespected her at all?
no.
Okay, so therefore it was just a difference of opinion, and I was upset at the time. I made that mistake. I could have. We already been over. I could have went to her and said something to her, but like I said, I told you why I wasn't gonna do that because I wasn't gonna have her saying that I was stalking her or nothing like that. So I didn't do that. Right? That is very possible. I haven't heard you talking about something like that once or twice. But anyway, so now let's get on the stew. Did you at any time, other than the Fat Albert situation, did you hear me at any time? Do you know of at any time where I disrespected that man or made some type of other image or anything like that to disrespect the man?
No, not of my knowledge. No.
Okay. So then this business should be done with. Then I mean, it already was done with, but I just wanted to make sure because see, you had said that I had did a live stream and I didn't do a live stream, so I said, what else? What other bad information might be getting put out there that about that situation? I didn't make no live stream. I just made one video, and then I made the second video I made about hypocrites was after that because I felt like, man, you got a whole bunch of people in your camp that's using videos without permission, but you ain't running hard at them. You running hard at us. But okay, whatever. But hey, I ain't gonna even push that line. So anyway, I'm done with it, brother. I just want to clear up some information. I'm glad you came on. I'm glad I apologized to them, for insulting them. I wasn't trying to insult them. If they felt that I insulted them, wasn't trying to do that. That wasn't the purpose at all. Man, hopefully we'll see each other in the street. Hopefully we all do major work. And that's it. You have any other questions of me or something you want to say to me about that situation or anything else?
No, man, just thank you for having me on, man. I appreciated the conversation. Man, you're always welcome over to have some dialogue if you want to over on my channel as well. And we can definitely do that. But other than that, man, I appreciate you for letting me come on, man, and have the conversation.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. You can go on down and dig in your pocket and pay for all of them pizzas, man, and go have at it, brother.
Woo! Yeah, they mama drop them off hungry every day. All right.
I've been there, done that, man. Appreciate you though.
All right, brother.
All right, all right, y'all. What y'all think? What y'all think? I apologize to the sister. I apologize to the brother because I felt like, man, you know what? If I think about it, I could have done it better. I could have done something better. My intention wasn't to um, my intention wasn't to insult those people, but they took they hit the nuclear option on me. They hit the nuclear option on me, and I went running with it. But you know what I'm saying. So anyway, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. Technically, I didn't. Legally, I didn't do anything wrong. But I'm not out here to be insulting sisters. Definitely not. That's one thing. I'd rather apologize. I'd rather apologize about insulting that sister than they push the program that I think she's a bad person. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't even know her, but I don't think she's a bad person, even though I don't know her. But one thing I don't want you to say about Brother Clarence, man, Mr. Farrakhan taught me too well to not be out here running around insulting sisters, man. No. That's definitely not what we're trying to do. And once the brother made it clear that she was insulted, what can I do, man? God touched my heart, man. I had to just apologize to the sister for insulting her. Was I wrong? No. She gave the brother bad advice. She did. But he didn't want to admit that, so I get that. So there's no problem. He's one of her ardent supporters. So I get that. He wasn't gonna come over here and say, "Yeah, you're right, Clarence, security boss is wrong." Yeah, he wasn't gonna say that. That's what I wanted to talk about, the advice he gave her, but I can't even play a video out here because I would have played it and showed you. But if you want, go over to security boss and look up where she's talking about how Sway was getting talked to by Kevin Samuels. And she got about a half hour on there where she's telling that she's encouraging this young man basically to accept this kind of treatment. And that's what I was talking about. But shout out to her, man. You know what I'm saying? I never meant to make her look bad. I know she got a brand and everything like that. But yeah, I definitely won't be using her content. I'm sure she won't be using mine. And same thing with Stu. You know what I mean? I don't know. Stu probably has a brand too. And I guess, so he's trying to, so whatever, man, whatever. I think the three of us are like, what do I want to say? People in a lifeboat. We ain't gonna talk to each other. We just gonna row, right? We just gonna row away from each other, right? We just gonna keep rowing away from each other in a circle, because we just done. And but shout out to them. Shout out to Security Boss. May she have much success. Shout out to Stu. May he have much success. I never had nothing against either one of them. I felt that the strikes was out of pocket. And I felt like, man, that was something. But hey, sometimes, y'all, beloved, we gotta take a look at inward in ourselves and say, man, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. And just the thought of a sister saying, "You made me feel bad." That was enough. I definitely don't want to do that unprovoked, and I definitely didn't. I didn't realize that whether I'm right or wrong, I didn't realize that the sister was offended by what I did. About I knew she didn't want me to use her content. I got that, but just the whole scenario where the sister could come back and say, "That brother mistreated me." It's not gonna happen with Brother Clarence. I will bend my knee every time to the sisterhood, man. If I'm feel like I'm the one that struck in a bad way. And I went on Black Man Unfiltered. How can I go on Black Man Unfiltered program and strike at them and go at them for jumping on sisters? And here's a sister right here telling me that you offended me, and I ain't willing to do nothing about it. So, brothers, sometimes we got to put our ego in our back pocket, and we got to say, man, you know what? I don't know. To me, what's more important than views, likes, and subscribers is our people. Our people are more important to me. To me. Our people are more important. Our people are more important. If I can have one sister say, that brother's not after me, that brother's not got a problem with me, and she can relax just off of that, my work is done. I did my work. I did my work. Let me go through the chat. Y'all. Let's see. Dale Long said, good job. Thank you, Dale. Appreciate you, brother. Juan said, this conversation went better than the last. Big Mike said, I think it was a little biased in this case. You took the L in the name of peace and move on. No, Big Mike, I took the L because Miss Farrakhan taught me too well. And maybe I'm never going to let the sisterhood walk out of the room saying that I smacked her in the face and didn't do nothing about it. I'm not going. When he put it like that, I had to take the L, and I think I'm the only one in the room that will take it. I'm the only one in the room that will take it. So let me take it. They won. How about that? Let's put it out there. They won. They won the day, right? Or did I win the day? Think about it. Did I win the day? Right? Shout out to Dead Chain TM, man. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. New Growth says, stop apologizing, big homie. It wasn't an insult in my opinion. I know, brother. But New Growth, here's the thing where men mess up. Here's where men mess up. We didn't think it was an insult. But the sister did think it was an insult. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, New Growth? I may have been like, hey, I'm going to stand on my square, you know it. And the sister's at home crying her eyes out. Just off of something little like that. I know. They told y'all being a man was going to be easy. You just get W's out here. You just get W's. You just get these W's. That's all you're going to get out here is W's. If you ain't getting W's every time, you ain't no man. Don't back down. Be like Angry Man. Don't back down. I got a different religious position than Angry Man. I got a different religious position than him. And helping my people see the light. That's my ultimate goal. Yeah, it'd be nice to get views, likes, and subscribers. That would be nice. But my ultimate goal is to help my people get out of the ditch they in. Huh? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad used to tell a story about this donkey. This donkey fell into a ditch. A donkey fell into a ditch. Y'all ever heard of donkey? Not too smart. They make a lot of noise, right? Donkey fell in a ditch. The people in the village, they came running to see what this noise was. They knew it was a donkey. They were like, what happened? They looked down in this hole. The donkey's down in the hole. Screaming out, right? So people got a bunch of stones together. They said, we got to put this thing out of its misery, man. So they start throwing stones at this donkey. They throw all these stones at this donkey. Well, the other Elijah Muhammad told us they threw so many stones at the donkey that the donkey walked out of the hole. Who won? See? They both won, right? The donkey stopped screaming and the people won. But it had to look a certain way. They had to have a certain scenario to look like it was going to go one way, but it actually benefited everybody. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Those of y'all that's hearing me, Patrice, he had to go. He had something he had to do. Those of y'all hearing me, y'all know. Man, all you got to do is make it look like the sisters are in pain with me, and then I'm going to fall to pieces. So I know what our sisters have been through. Even somebody like Security Boss. I know what they've been through. A little bit, some. right? And just what I know is bad enough, brother. So I'm not gonna be one of these brothers that's gonna be. I gotta tell them, I gotta push the line with them. No, I'll push the line with them. But if I see that I injured them in any kind of way, I'm gonna take the L, brother. See these shoulders? My shoulders can handle those L's coming off the sisterhood, no problem. I'd rather take that L, you know. My mother used to fuss at me from stuff my brother did. Yeah, Clarence, what you did with this? She fussing me for about 20 minutes, an hour. You didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. I just took it, right? I just took it. Then the next day, my brother would say, oh, he would apologize to her for not doing it. Oh, I forgot I was supposed to do this. I forgot I was supposed to do that. And my mother would say, you were supposed to do this. Oh, I blamed your brother for that. Oh, well. No sorry, nothing, right? No sorry, nothing. But I took it on the chin because I wasn't going to go to my mom's and say, hey, I told you so. I told you I didn't do it. I told you. I wasn't going to do that to her. As hard as she worked, hard as she was working out there, man, I'm going to be out there. I told you so. See, I told you so. I'm living in her house. Come on, man. Come on, y'all. I'm going to go to her and say, I told you so. Why? Because my shoulders is big enough to take it. I'd rather take the hit on my shoulders than to rest it on her shoulders. I'm not putting it on my mother's shoulders. Crazy. Love that woman. Are you crazy? I wouldn't have did nothing to her. Nothing to make her have it. Yeah. You're right, Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn. Vaun said, I would always tell my coworker, if you have a problem with me, come to me before you go to the supervisor. That should automatically be a code of respect. But we lack these in the YouTube streets. And thank you, Blaze Brown. Appreciate you. And you too, New Growth. Yeah, but we lack this in the streets. But it depends on who you ask. If you ask some people, I took an L. I took 2 L's. But if you ask some people, did I do God's work? Did I do the work? In the Quran, they say, God is the one that often returns to mercy. Often. Right? The most often returns to mercy. I'm not God, but trying to be like him. Merciful. But I'm doing all this talking, right? But I want y'all to see. Maybe you have a disagreement with somebody and you feel like, man, I know I can't be wrong. I know I'm not wrong. Just like I don't feel I was wrong. I feel like I didn't mean to disrespect the sister or the brother. I didn't really mean to disrespect either one of them. Especially, I don't think they did anything to me provoke me to say something about them other than give out bad advice. But now this experience taught me how to deal with those situations, right? I'm not going to trip, you know what I'm saying? Now when I talk about people, I'm going to go to them first. I go to them first. Like I went to this brother and asked this brother to come over here. Now we never got into the timeline of it, but that's okay. The point is, did I break the YouTube rules? No. I don't think he realized what he's saying, because if you read the rules of YouTube, I had to go to school. When you get a strike, they make you go to YouTube school. I had to go to YouTube school. So, and they never said that, you must get somebody's permission. They never said that, as far as I could see. But you know what I'm saying, if you want to say that, that's cool. I don't got no problem with Black Man Unfiltered either. You know, we disagree on some things, we agree on some things. That's neither here nor there. The point is, what you guys gonna do? What you guys gonna do in your life? What you guys gonna do? Are you guys gonna be willing to forgive? Are you guys gonna be willing to forget? Are you guys gonna be willing to move on? You guys saw the hocus pocus thing that we had on the first stream, right? That was just hocus pocus. This was pretty much the same thing, except for Black Man is a little more. He's a little more soft. His edge is a lot softer. My brother E Black is he's less confined than the Black Man is a little more cultured, I would say. He know the game a little better than E Black. You know, he can at least make it look like it's a fair fight, right? Shout out to both of them, E Black and Black Man Unfiltered. If any one of y'all want to come up, tell me in the chat. You want to come up, tell me about how I did wrong. If I did something wrong, y'all gotta a bone to pick with me. Come on up. I didn't want people coming up with Black Man Unfiltered because you see how he was getting distracted, right? And so I don't want it to be like, oh well, you know, I didn't want y'all to distract him so he could say, well, we can't discuss this situation because your people are on me. I thank you, everybody who was out there had my back. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. But you know, I wasn't gonna let nobody come in here and y'all gonna get at my chat. You crazy, man? Just like I wouldn't get at his chat. What's up, Big Vaughn?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, brother. Coming in sounding loud and clear, brother.
Okay, am I too loud? Because I can turn it down.
No, man, you sound fine. Beautiful.
Yeah.
What did I do now, Vaughn? What did I do now, Vaughn?
Well, let me take a deep breath here. Brother, I gotta breathe in and out. Can you allow me to just breathe in and out for like just less than a minute, actually? Just
yes, sir.
Like that, just for a second, you know.
Yes, sir.
One more time.
Take your time, brother.
Okay. Listen, today was quite interesting, sir. You know, you had one conversation that it went all the way to the left. And then this one here with Black Man Unfiltered, who, hey, you know, I rock with Black Man Unfiltered. I'm a moderator over there, so I support his channel, just so everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? And I support you as well.
Yeah.
I appreciate the way that you both handled yourself in the conversation. It wasn't very contentious. Right. You didn't disagree with each other. You know, you may not agreed, but you didn't. It wasn't a thing. It was like you were having a conversation. And this is a good example of what somebody's horn is blowing.
Yeah, that's out here, bro. I'm in LA, man. Somebody always getting their car broken into.
Oh, you're doing okay. So yeah. That's okay.
Whatever. Okay, well, let me explain. See, in the office that I'm in, the barber, the tattoo guy has these motorcycles, and so the motorcycles always sets off this lady's car over here. That's it. So
that's okay. No, there ain't no problem, man. This is reality. So, right. but you should drop the link because there's some other people that would like to comment. Okay. But I would like to finish what I was saying, though. You know, when it comes to this YouTube thing, and you know, a lot of people say I can't speak to marriage or dating scene because I've been married for 20 years and I don't know anything. I disagree with that totally. And I may not be a content creator, but at the same time, you know, some people may say, well, you can't comment on these things if you're not a content creator. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, man. Wow. We really have to be careful with how we go with our approach and some of the content that we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because it could, man, I don't even know how to say this. It could come off an incorrect way. Now, to me, the conversation between you and Black Man Unfiltered, hey, that was two gentlemen apparently who were discussing and coming to a place where they may have agreed on some points and may have disagreed on some other areas, but it was okay for that. Nothing was disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Nobody raised their voice. It was very it had, both of you conducted yourselves well. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, man.
Yeah, and I think that you did. Now, I got up here specifically to say this real quick because I have some other points to make, and I'm going to let the other person speak. When it comes to moderators, though, and I just want to speak to this as well, because a lot of us are in the chat and we're typing and we're doing things. And I have been guilty of this in the past, but I have definitely tried to check myself of that. Moderators, to me, our job is to really support the channel and try to moderate if there's a disagreement in the chat, or if there's someone being disrespectful in the chat, to kind of either time them out or give them a warning or whatever. We're basically supporting and monitoring how the people are respecting the people on the panel and the chat. And so as moderators, I think it's inappropriate when we and like I said, I have been guilty of this as a moderator, but I don't think that should be the focus that what we should be doing. Do you know what I'm saying? We should basically be here to promote the channel. We shouldn't be instigating arguments. That's
right.
The point I wanted to make. We should not be instigating arguments. You know what I'm saying? We should not be cursing people out in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And we have that wrench. That just should be unspoken of. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, brother. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, brother. And Vaughn, I got, you are the moderator's moderator, right? So taking advice from you.
I'm not as good as Gail, but I try.
Well, maybe let me leave that one alone. But anyway, let me say, you're, in my opinion, let me put it like this. In my opinion, you're the moderator's moderator, right? You're top echelon of moderators out here, right? So what you say doesn't make sense, right? Now, but what I will say is we're all trying to learn here.
Exactly.
So sometimes some of my people will make a mistake and they will overstep because they just down for it. Yeah. They down. You know what I mean? So we'll all work it out. We'll all work it out.
Well, the only reason I wanted to address it is because, I know like 100 people in the chat could have a wrench, and I don't even know what this wrench is for. Actually, when I first discovered this whole little segment, and I hope I'm not taking you way off the topic. I'm going to be done with this in a second. I looked at it as this is my opportunity to support the channel that I'm into. Right. And so I need to post things that are supporting it. I need to post things like your Cash App and different things like that. Right. But when it comes to in the chat, and I'm going back and forth as a moderator with the chat people, see, we should refrain from that. Okay. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then lastly, because I know we got some other people up here. Lastly, some things, Brother Clarence, and I see where your heart is, my brother. Some things we just gonna have to let it go and move on. You know what I'm saying? And that's no disrespect to you or anybody else. Everybody has a difference of opinions and how they go about doing things. But to me, I would think that it would be good etiquette, or if I could say something that nobody else talks about, YouTube etiquette, if we could say that. If we're going to use someone else's content, you know what I'm saying? Instead of just tagging them in, because I see a lot of this going on too. You just tag the person. Yeah, I'm getting ready to drag you, so I'm just going to tag you in this video. It's like we have no regard for each other. Is it okay if you use my content? I know Fair Use says, well, you don't have to get the permission of the individual. And you know what I'm saying? And I could be on the chopping block for this. But of course, well, it says you don't really have to get the permission. But now, Black Man is saying, well, you do. I think regardless whether it says that or not, I think the etiquette part of it would be just to do that. Hey, I disagree with what you said, and I want to talk about it on my show. You know what I'm saying? Now, you may not always get a response. If you don't respond to me in 10 days, I'm just letting you know I will be talking about this topic. At least you put it out there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sure if you did that or not. You know,
I did not.
Yeah, but at least put it out there so the person can say, hey, well, you know, I would rather prefer you not to use my content. You know, now if the content is dragging my wife and talking filth about my family, I'm not trying to get your permission about responding to that. You see what I'm saying? So accountability has to be on both sides of the spectrum. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
And so if it wasn't that extreme, then I think that, you know, it probably would have been better settled behind the scenes. And that's just my Vaughn, like that's my 18 cents.
All right, well, like I told him, man. I appreciate that, man. No, seriously, I appreciate that. But he asked me a real question: why didn't you get that security boss? And that was why, because I didn't want her to say I was trying to get at her some kind of way of stalking her or something like that. I didn't want that to happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's the real reason why I didn't hit her up. Stu was a whole nother issue. But
yeah, and I'm glad you did. Well, you didn't hit that topic, so that's good.
Yeah,
just move along.
Yeah, but hey, man, you know, I apologize to everybody. I wiped my slate clean, so I'm done with it. Whatever, you know what I mean. Now they can say whatever they want to say after the fact. You know what I mean. I'm good. You see the kind of content we putting out here. We trying
and it's been excellent. That's what I'm saying. So it's been excellent. The content has been excellent. So, you know, let's not go way back in the archives and pull up old shit, because see what happens, you know, when you pull that old shit up, it still has the same stench. You know what I'm saying? It still has the same stench.
Yeah, it's not good for anybody.
So
man,
yeah, let's just move forward.
I mean, that was my one and done with that situation. Just to let y'all know, I ain't got to worry about hearing anybody.
But we know where your heart is, Brother Clarence, and if anybody can't see that, then shame on them, because we know what type of person you are. I've seen what type of person you are just by your diligence of trying to moderate and mediate in between a bad situation and try to pull it together and bridge a gap. You know, and if people can't see that about your character, man, I don't know what else to say, because it's very evident. I digress, gentlemen. Thank you. I'll still stick around, but let me be quiet. So I know New Growth got a lot to say.
Yeah, man. New Growth, what did I do now, New Growth? New Growth, what did I do now, man?
Nothing, brother. You did your thing, man. I ain't got nothing to say about you. You did your thing.
Appreciate that, man.
All I just wanted to refer to was the incident with Black Man Unfiltered. I know, and Vaughn, what you just saying made sense. I never knew what the wrench for. I never kicked anybody out the room. Honestly, like Black Man Unfiltered said, I'm not a content creator. I just like to come on here and express myself with Black people. So I'm not, and I don't feel like I'm going back and forth with people negatively, but I'm a fan of the show. So I thought the wrench was just, it doesn't really make a difference to me. I don't need it. I love to converse with the people, right? So it's not a badge of honor for me to have that. So I never looked at it, but now that you say that, I'm gonna keep that in mind. But basically what I always do, like I was on Black Man Unfiltered when he was first beginning. That's why I first saw you at Vaughn, and you talked on there. It was very small in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And I loved going in. That was I think it was Friday and Tuesday.
I would be
there faithfully.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we would be up to like 5 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah.
On the panel was nobody. So
some great
cool.
shows too.
Right,
some great content.
And exactly. And honestly, it was a lot of things, man. We was going back and forth with white supremacists. I was doing the same thing for him that I do for you. They were going at him. I come back on his show. We going at it with white supremacists. Boom, just being Black men and seeing we pushing our agenda. But it seems like sometimes people get a little air up under their wings, right? And things change. And it was never no disrespect. My tipping point was when he had the brother Chaotic on there, and he was just saying the most ridiculous stuff. And I said it, I'm like, brother, Black man, I love you,
Yeah.
man. I've been with you day one, but I can't no longer participate because it was like back-to-back days with allowing him to do this and just straight. I said, I can't do this no more. So I'm not gonna be able to subscribe to you no more. I wish you the best. Because I remember when he was trying to get his 1,000 subscribers, and I'm just keeping it real. He was keeping the show going. I went and got my wife's phone, my wife's sister phone, everything to help him get to that 1,000 subscribers, right? So that was in love. That was all love. But when I say something on the show today, all I said, he said to you that Security Boss never uses anyone's contact. And I said, well, he just had Angry Man from the other show. And he said, well, I want to respond to the hater Negro. And I'm like,
yeah, I heard that.
Brother,
you know,
brother,
I thought that was unfortunate, but
I still got
heard
love for him. But I was just like, man, watch your mouth, man. We grown, like he said, we grown men. There was no need for that. That's the only thing I wanted to talk to him about. I didn't want to deter away from y'all subject. But that's all. That's the whole thing. And it's like, come on, brother. Like, what's going on? It's like when you disagree and you bring facts that's opposing to what they're trying to push.
But you know what? It's so crazy because. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who is that?
No, that was me. I was just saying to New Grove's point. It felt like a cheap shot.
Shout out to Big Riggs.
Right, and it was like I don't have no problems with it. I actually like to do it. I'm proud of him for what he's done.
Shout out to Big Time Drum.
Right?
Shout out to Big Time Drum.
And shout out to Risa Neal. She that down chick that we can work with. Not that's her. So you can't put no. If she got love for you, she gonna ride for you. So and that's just that's just our system, man. Like we got love for her. So.
You know who Risa is? Risa's the chick in the back seat. You turning around and say, "Hey, get the pistol in the clip." She already, I ain't got to get it. I already got it.
Right. Who we aiming at? Where at?
What you talking about? Click.
And it's like I got love for Uncle Stu. I mean, he goes back and forth with issues, but I'm a real person. So if Brother Clarence is up here talking some goofy stuff, I'm like, yo, bro, you tripping, right? So I'm gonna do the same thing on there. I talk to I go on Felicity Balls, very intelligent woman. She's usually on Black Man Unfiltered a lot.
Right.
See, but what I'm seeing now is a conglomerate. It's a clique, right? So anybody that
it's a network, right? And that's why a lot of people are putting this behind their name. You know, it's not just Von Bryant, but it's Von Bryant Network. You know, I'm just paraphrasing, but it's a network because see, they're networking with other channels because they have followers, and then another channel networks with them and they have followers,
and that's a beautiful
and this
thing.
is how they accumulate subscribers,
right?
So I get it. I do get that. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Unfortunately, the thing is, I just do not agree with everybody that I follow all the time.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You could do a stream on Tuesday that I agree with and do one on Friday that I totally disagree with.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I'm not going to stop following you because I'm going to see where you're going with where you're going.
Right.
Now, if you're totally outlandish, then I'm going to let you go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I do agree about the chaotic stuff, Brother Negro. I find no place for it.
Right.
Personally. And I'm not a content creator, but if I was, I can't do negativity on my platform. I can do disagreements. You see what I'm saying? I can do all of that, a debate and all of that, but the negativity, when your purpose is to cause division,
right?
You see what I'm saying? I can't do that. I don't do that well,
right?
And I would prefer not to be on the panel with such characters because it's
and
not
sometimes
my
you
purpose
just remove
for getting up here to
yourself from
talk.
that situation. Like it was no disrespect, and I wanted them to know that because I felt like I had not even a relationship with him, but it was I was a supporter. You always put up on the panel everything because when he didn't even have enough people to panel, it was always come up to the panel, blah blah. So it was like I'm not saying this for you, but man, I can't intake this because it seemed like it's becoming normal. So it was no big thing, you know what I'm saying? Much love to him. But it's like, and then he said, well, I don't argue with women. See, I'm the type of person I like to sit back and listen a lot. You might not even know I'm listening, but I'm listening. I've seen Brother Black Man argue with K.
Me too. I didn't even
go
jump
crazy,
on that. So I said, okay, I'm gonna let you go on that one. Okay.
Right. So let's not be disingenuous. Let's
we ain't
just
gonna
be
talk
real.
about the chick that put her middle finger up. We ain't gonna talk about all this.
And he a good dude. It's
but
no
you know what we
slight,
have to
no
do?
slight to
Well,
him.
one thing we have to understand too, and I'm
Shout out
not
to
making an
Black
excuse for anybody, but we are all human. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we
Right.
are apt to err. You see?
Right.
But it's just the thing about making a mistake is acknowledging it.
Right.
And then saying, hey, you know what? I was wrong for that. Now, I do remember the brother holding himself accountable for that particular conversation, because I know which one you're talking about.
Right.
And
Right.
both of them were going at it. But I do recall him saying, hey, I stepped out of my character or whatever.
Oh, good.
You
Right.
know, and blah, blah, such and such.
Yeah,
and so
like
and
I
so.
said, he's a
Now,
good dude.
now
I mean,
a lot
of
of times we will do what we do and just come back with us. And I'm not saying this is him, but we will come back with a statement when that's really who we are, and we're apt to do that again.
Right.
Now, shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? The thing is, are we going to do it on a continual basis? Because you can't say I'm sorry today and do the same thing again 2 days from now, and then say you're sorry 2 days from now.
Right.
And then say you're sorry the next day. And you're always saying that you're sorry, continuing to doing the same thing. And we're supposed to have grace for that?
Right.
No, God forbid. Just like God said, just like the scripture said, God forbid, and so do I. I'm not going to give you a lot of grace for having that type of character. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But one thing we do have to understand about these content creators, listen, some of them are dead wrong. And that's up to you if you want to even watch them for 2 minutes. Some of them are working towards something. You may possibly want to support them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But when it's a bunch of BS, man. Now you know it when you smell it and see it.
Right.
And we see that there's a lot of clickism going on.
Right.
I don't want you to think, Brother Newgrove, what you said was went unnoticed. That's a very good statement and observation that you made, because I do notice that. And as long as you agree with certain individuals, you can be a part of their clique.
Right. High school.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. And that is high schoolish. You're right. You know what I'm saying? But for you to stand flat-footed and say, hey, I don't care if the majority disagrees with me, that it's wrong for you to do this and that. This is my moral compass.
Right.
And I'm going to stand on it.
But Vaughn, you said, see, this is the thing. You said some of these content creators are wrong. Wrong to who?
No, some of them. You would agree that all of them are not. All of them are right.
Why would I get into it? They created a content to their benefit, what they want to do and what they feel is right. Now,
I get it. Freedom of speech. I get that.
Well, you may not agree, or the path that you on is not on the same path they on. So that's why you will say they wrong. But the path that they on, they believe they are right. And they have every bit to believe that they are right.
And
or
so
are they pushing the agenda,
Brother Von Erich. And just as it is so with the pedophile who thinks that their path is right. And I say, well, you know what? That's wrong what you're doing. So I have a right to be able to inspect fruit. I don't judge people, brother. I inspect the fruit. Is it an orange? Is it an apple? Is it a grape?
No,
and that's all
what
I
I'm
do.
saying is when you say wrong, right, to anybody, let's just say the pedophile thing. The pedophile thinks he's right. I'm just trying to show you.
But he thinks he's right, and I'm wrong for saying that he's wrong.
No, I'm not saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the person, if anybody does create, we ain't talking about pedophile. We talk about content creator. They believe the content that they put together, the agenda they push, and like New Growth is saying, they believe they are right. And if someone say they are wrong, they are offended. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Everybody believe what they doing is right.
Yeah.
Until someone say that is wrong, and then they get offended. And they have every right to be, because what they believe in. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has content. Okay, no problem. No problem. Long as you don't force it on me, no problem. That's your content. That's the way you feel. Okay, I respect it. That's you. You see what I'm saying?
But Brother Vaughn, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Finish your statement, though.
Sir.
I'm sorry. I'm Vaughn, Eric. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But you're
Vonnie
right.
and Von B.
You Von E, yeah. You're right, brother. But listen, when you see behind the scenes they clicked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, okay, I have the freedom to shop at this place and this place, but when you see behind the scene, it's all ran by the same person, right? You really don't have a freedom. You're still being run by that one person. You start to see the agendas are stilted because of what? And it's what I'm starting to realize. I never knew that it was profit in this. Like I was just gullible and ignorant. Like I think people just on here. It's money in this, right?
Yeah, but I get what you say. I get what you're saying. You're saying if people, they run in a clique, but guess what? The whole clique believe they right.
But that's do they believe they right, or are they following
a
an
lot
agenda?
of them? Yes, just like you got gangs. What all the gangs believe in what they doing is right. They all together, so they following a leader or law within themselves.
Okay,
so
but here
I'm just saying you can say that I'm on the opposite side of what they're creating. But I'm just trying to show you how things get out of hand and how things prosper to what it is. Right. Once you say a person's content or a person is wrong, you just offended that person because what they believe in is right, just like what you believe in to say they wrong is right.
Well, I have to disagree with that, brother. With all due respect, I just disagree with what you're saying because there are some content creators out here who are spewing lies and untruths. You see what I'm saying? And even when it comes to my very son who's approaching 18, you see what I mean? I've been spending all this time trying to teach him the difference between what's correct and incorrect. So there has to be some type of level of understanding between the two. Now, if we have no meter of what is right and what is wrong, well, now that's a whole nother conversation, brother Von E. That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, but you said
because there has to be a meter of what's right and what's wrong.
No.
And the same way. Okay, so hold on.
No, but I just want to correct what you said. You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost when you said lie. If someone lies on someone, that I can see your point. But
if they're telling a false truth, though, that's my point I'm making.
But the false truth lies in the beholder. The false truth lies in the beholder. You said a lie. That's something. That's something else.
Yeah.
If you said someone lied,
when you are promoting something that is incorrect or detrimental to other people, I'm going to definitely say that, hey, this might not be good content for you to look at, son, or this may not be something that you may want to partake in, son or daughter, because this type of behavior is wrong.
This type of behavior can cause heavy consequences.
Well, I guess me and you have to differ, and it's okay, brother Vaughn. It's okay. It's okay. My point that I was making is having a meter of what was right and wrong. And I think, I think the conversation went a little past where we were at, but I get it.
No. Only thing I'm just trying to show is how things can get out of hand when you use certain words to correct someone. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you wrong, because you know what? I'll be contradicting myself.
I agree, though.
I'm just saying
we have to be mindful of the words that we choose when we are addressing other people. But see, here's one thing, I could say it with sugar dripping down my mouth, and you still won't receive the truth. You see what I'm saying? But then you have a problem. Then you have a problem when I come with it sternly. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you rejected it when I said it in a monotone.
No.
You know, so it's like we can't please everybody.
No. I'm not saying that.
You know, speak the truth and stand by it. That's all it is. If you speak the truth in love, it's either going to be received or rejected. That's it.
That is absolutely true. But it also goes on. That judgment also goes on you also.
Right.
Of course.
Von, Eric, do you think the better word is deceiving? A lot of these YouTube creators are deceiving.
Yeah, I could definitely go with that.
I think because it's like, yeah, I think y'all saying, I think you're battling like the root of the word, and you're right. But I think Von was just saying a lot of deception is being practiced. Like they're doing things knowing, hey, that's not really true. Pushing of agendas.
But deception deception is a great word, like you said. I would use that word than use the word wrong.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I would use that because once you see deception is most people would accept that.
Right.
Some will still get offended, but most people, when you say the word wrong, it's going to offend a person.
Deception is a good word.
Right.
And I would use it also.
That's a great word.
Deception is a good word too, but wrong is a word as well.
Right.
And it's part of the English language. So I have proclivity to use it at times.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Now some people say, well, what do you mean it's wrong?
No,
my God.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you should not use the word. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when you do use a word, you just like you just said, the other person has to understand when they hear the truth, they must receive it. But you also should. You also should, because just like in the Bible, it says just like it says in the Bible, you judge, you will be judged. You condemn
the same way. Yeah. So we're on the same page, my brother. We on the same page.
Only thing I'm just saying is,
it's just a different color ink. That's all.
Yeah. It's the only thing I'm saying. The word wrong. Once you say that will spur.
We feel you. Yeah. We feel you. Because all it's going to do is battle down into you have to prove in who's right. You know, in the situation.
Right. Exactly.
And I think that's what we get caught up a lot in a lot of these discussions. Everybody wants to be right in their own eyes.
Yes.
And we're never taking account that, you know what, maybe I was wrong in this. I know some people have the word problem with the word wrong, but I'm going to use it probably 10 more times. But we could have been dead wrong in our position that we took when it came to someone else. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But we don't have enough in us to admit that and say, hey, you know what? I digress. I realize, the way that I approach you was incorrectly, and I apologize. We don't get enough of that, do we?
Let me ask Von Eric a question. Von Eric, you with me, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you think that some of these content creators are just deceitful, or they just wrong, straight out wrong?
Well, it depends. It depends. I can't make a decision because I don't want to do. I'm going to do like.
Well, you can't say wrong. You done went on a 15-minute spiel, so you can't say wrong.
You are banned, brother. You banned from the word wrong now.
I can't say.
Von Eric, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We got a content creator out here right now that's saying slavery didn't happen the way it happened. Right? We got a content creator out here saying that Harriet Tubman didn't really exist. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When we have so much evidence that those things are, and they also said slavery wasn't so bad of a situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we know we got so much evidence to the contrary.
Mm-hmm.
This person knows that evidence, and they are ignoring it, or they're being ignorant to it, and they're ignoring it to create this narrative that, hey, it wasn't that bad of a deal. Pull yourself up off your bootstraps, right?
Okay. See, this goes back to my point because that's what I was trying to say. It depends on the person who believes that is wrong. If you travel,
real estate. I don't need to sneak this nobody. I just don't want to get this person say this person's name if they ain't here. That's all.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, but I'm just saying is what path that you on and the information that you have. Anything outside of that, yes, you will be considered that that's wrong. But the other people has information. You may not agree with it. You might say it's bogus. but it's still information. It's information that counters other information. And the person who believes that one side is course, they're going to say the other person is wrong because what they believe in. But the other person who has information, they're going to say they're right because they believe in that information.
That's the point. They don't have no information. It's just
you talking about the you talking about the you just said about the Harriet Tubman thing, correct?
Correct.
It is information out there. That the way it's I'm not going to say the other one, but it's another one out there that says it that has the information. The back
information what? That she never existed?
No, as far as how they portrayed her.
No. See, that's another thing. Portrayal isn't through the eyes of the beholder. You're right on that. But
right.
He's specifically, she didn't exist.
Excuse me for 1 minute.
Oh, you talk. Or you say it's like she like never at all.
She's a make-believe character like Pippi Longstocking or something.
There you go.
And did y'all have information? See, I don't want to judge. I don't want to judge because I don't want to judge because I want to do what the Word of God tells me. I can't just judge on what I hear. I have to look at that content and look at that person and hear.
Yeah, check it out.
Because I don't want to make a judgment and say that person until I actually hear and see the information. Then I can make a judgment.
Hey, Brother Von Eric, let's just say it's nobody. It's just make believe. This is a scenario. If somebody said that, right?
So what?
The thing that she did not exist, she was a mythological person. Like if somebody said Martin Luther King didn't lead he wasn't a major part in the civil rights movement. Let's take that off that situation, right? So you ain't got to search. And then somebody else said Martin Luther King wasn't that. Martin Luther King was an alcoholic, right? Is it wrong that person saying he was an alcoholic and saying he wasn't a civil rights leader? Can you say that's wrong? Because we have specific.
If the person's you talk about false witness.
Yeah, we just saying false.
That's a false witness. That's someone that says a false witness. Someone that's saying something.
That is the person that is a straight liar and is wrong. Y'all stop it.
I say a liar is
oh my God, y'all killing me.
A liar
Von Eric, you killing me. You killing me, bro. You killing me.
How can I kill you if I'm on someone is on the opposite side? Of course you're gonna say I'm killing you because I'm on the opposite side of what you're saying.
But it's
you're not. I'm not.
You can have freedom of speech and still be wrong. You can have freedom of speech and still lie. People do it every day.
Oh, okay.
They lie and they are wrong every day.
Okay, so let me tell you this then. You have one part that you believe in because you believe that it's wrong.
No, it's facts, brother. It's facts. I give you a factual situation.
Nah, you get it.
Hold up. Because y'all, everybody, you say that's facts. Everybody brings information that they believe are facts. And just because it's out of your facts, yes, you're going to say it's wrong. And I would agree because it's in your facts.
No, but we've seen it. We've all seen it. This is something that we experienced. They have video footage of this man leading the civil rights movement. We can't sit there. Martin Luther King. You can sit. That's the analogy I just gave you, brother.
Yes, Martin Luther King.
So he was a major piece in the civil rights leadership movement. That's fact. If they say he wasn't, he was.
They would be lying. They would be lying.
Exactly. So he would be.
And
they would be giving out wrong information. They would be wrong.
Listen. We're going on. Listen, we're going on different information. I understand if someone lied on someone, right? Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you certain because God is bringing me to give you something in the Bible. Okay? Do y'all remember in the Bible that the spirits came up to the Lord? He said, "What should I do for my will to be done?" Do you know a spirit came up to him and said, "I will go down as a lying spirit," and say, "Go into one prophet to lie to the other prophets"? So was God wrong?
I'm not sure where you're referring to.
Say that again, brother. Say that again.
I'm not sure if I.
You don't remember this in the Bible?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm just saying me.
God, the Lord said, what should we do for my will to be done? For the will to be done. A spirit came up to him and said, "I will go down as a lying spirit and go into one prophet to lie to the other. So is God, the Lord, is wrong?
I don't know where that is in the Bible, and
I'm never going to say that God, the Lord, is wrong. So,
and I will say this: I know
gonna
for
say
a
that.
fact. I know for a fact it's been proven through my studies that everything in the Bible is not 100% true and concrete because man changed things in the Bible. So let's address that. Because first of all,
so now wait. So what are we doing now? We're pushing the goalposts way down the street. We made a right turn left.
Into religion now.
I don't know. I'm gonna let y'all have this one.
I just want to ask a question.
Why bring this up? Because see that there you don't want to go because everything.
No. I don't have a problem going there. I don't have no debate about it. It's just I thought the conversation was about one thing, and we're
talking about lying and being wrong. But he used that as an analogy, and that's why I said what I said.
See, but that's kind of a bad analogy. Wouldn't you agree?
Factually, because man changed things in the Bible. Man changed a lot of wording and added a lot of content in the Bible down throughout history, brother. So everything in there is not factual.
We got you.
So
that's why I tried to get
you said that because you don't agree with it.
Everybody.
It's funny how people say those things when they don't agree or it's against that argument. Now they want to say, "Oh,
I gave you a real life
I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one out of the Bible. I'm gonna give you one out of the Bible.
Wait. Hold on.
Man changed the word Passover to Easter. It's no Easter, dude. It was always Passover. Real talk. And there's no such
in the
thing.
Scriptures, so
Easter
is some
Easter
modern thing that people have done.
It was man inserted.
Passover is in the Scripture.
What about Christmas?
Listen, it was man
But
inserted
anyway,
by the Vatican. It was man inserted by the Vatican.
We're getting off track here.
I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Patrice. Can I just say something?
Hold on, let go in 50 different directions.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him say.
So I don't want to get into that because let's just all agree that the Bible is a book that tries to relay different principles to us. Let's agree on at least that.
I agree.
Now, if it's 100, whether we want to say it's a history book or whether we want to say it's 100% accurate or this or that, those things can be debated.
Right.
So if we can agree on the fact that they're actually trying to show us principles that we can apply in our lives.
It's for our spiritual understanding of who God is.
Right.
But can I just say this? Can I just say this?
Clarence.
And I won't say anything else after this if I can help myself. But if we're gonna have y'all laughed at that. Okay, great. So anyway, listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, we're really gonna have to bring our tones to a certain level, because if we continue to try to talk over each other, then even in the replay, it's just gonna sound like a bunch of chaos. So if we could just do that, bring our tones down.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Brother
somebody
Clarence.
kind of asked me a question.
Yes.
Who was that?
That's me. That's me, brother.
Okay, what's up, Big Mike?
All right. So just to bring things back to the beginning, okay? So I just want to I just wanted to give a quick opinion and also just I just wanted to say this to you, right? Okay. That between the last stream and this stream, right? Mm-hmm. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, right? So in the spirit of me saying that, in my observation of, the conversations that you've had, okay, would it be fair to say that I think in the largest spectrum of things that maybe you could learn to agree to disagree quicker than to long stroke a conversation that obviously, it's turning into more of who's trying to get the better of the conversation. Would you agree?
I would agree. And let me say this, Big Mike. We're not going to, what you just saw today, you're never going to see that again over here.
Right.
Never
Right.
see that again over here. No.
Right.
So, but you're right. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, because even with the last count.
See, what happens is, I'm gonna tell you what happens, Mike.
Right.
Once you start taking people and trying to logically walk them down the path,
right,
they're gonna look for ways out of it. Right?
Obviously,
they're gonna look,
obviously.
and so they're gonna. This is what I was telling Rico earlier. They're gonna start looking for different ways to. Okay, so they're gonna deflect. Or they're going to redirect the court situation. They're going to do all these different things because they're not going to let you walk them down the path because they know where they're going to end up at. So they're not going to let you walk them down there. So that's what unfortunately happened to us on the first broadcast.
Yes.
In the second broadcast, I recognized what was happening quick. He wasn't going to relent. I wasn't going to relent. So I said, okay.
And Brother Clarence.
That's it. Let's kill it.
Right. And Brother Clarence, that's why, I made the statement by saying I felt it was a little biased, because I didn't get the sense that it was like, okay, there was like, okay, well, how can I see both sides of the spectrum? It felt more like I'm in favor of rather than, okay, let me stick in the middle. And how can I see both sides of the spectrum? And this is where my observation to you comes in and says, well, I think when it gets to that point, you should just nip it in the bud and say, okay, we'll just agree and move on to the next subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I should have done. So
yeah,
well, we didn't do it, but
But it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. That's all I really wanted to just basically say.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
But y'all can continue about.
And if I could, I would love. I want to piggyback off of what Big
call me Mike.
Big Time Drum said.
Yep.
Big Mike.
Big
y'all
Mike.
gonna
I'm
act
sorry.
like y'all don't see me down here?
No, I see you. We see you, Rico. We see you.
You never miss Rico. We do not see you. We do not see you.
But yeah, you know what? For example, just like what Big Mike was saying, just like me and Von Erich, we were talking about the word wrong, and a lot of times we get up in these arguments, of semantics. You say tomato, I say tomato,
right?
And it just takes the conversation 15 to 20 minutes into something that it was never intended to do. You know what I'm saying? It kind of sidetracks it. A word is a word. It means what it means, and so I don't know, like he said, we get caught up in these things, and it just takes the conversation a different way when we can agree to disagree. If you go back and look at it, I said, okay, brother, Brother Von Erich, hey, I just have to disagree with you. And it's okay. He doesn't have a problem with me disagreeing with him on that. You see what I'm saying? We could still be arguing about this word wrong right now, but we're not.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I just, and if I say that,
no, but do you see what I'm saying though?
Yeah,
it's how the conversation can move forward. We
but
agree
I'm just
to disagree.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you.
No, and I know, I get that. I get that. But I was just trying to make a point. I was just trying to make a point as to how a lot of these conversations go because we just harp on something. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm looking after my brothers and sisters. I'm looking after I try to look after all people, just like God does. So if only thing I'm just saying, I'm not saying that you was wrong, because if I did, I would be contradicting myself. I would be hypocritical. Yeah. I'm saying is what the word can do and how a person feels.
Right.
That's all.
And see what happened. And what happened was, and then the other word came up. What was the other word? Deceive.
Deception.
See, that's a whole nother word, or deception.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I said, oh, that's another good word.
Right.
Use, right. And so you see what we did. We
came to a medium.
We talked and we did that and we moved on with the conversation. And the only reason I brought it back up again is because I wanted to give an example as to how you can just move on with a conversation. Just like Big Mike is saying. You see what I'm saying? There's a certain period of time that you have to shut it down.
That's true.
Especially if it's at a point of contention.
Right.
We shouldn't be disagreeing past 5 minutes in a conversation.
Right. And brother,
see what I'm saying? At that point, we need to agree to disagree and hold our viewpoints and then move on.
Right.
Brother Clarence, you my big homie. I always say that. Man, I just think you just need to stand in your conviction, man, because you never gonna be able to please all of them, man. You're gonna do what they want you to do. Because what I really felt from the first view was I'm mad at you and Rico because y'all are not getting rid of this person who's a thorn in my side, right? And you don't have to explain yourself, man, because you're acting like Von Bryan said, you're fruit. We know this, right? You can't convince somebody who wants you to do certain things. They're not going to see the good in you at that moment. Give them time. Because, man, y'all some good dudes, man. I love coming on here.
Appreciate
my
you,
wife
man.
be like, you always on here.
But the thing about the new growth,
Huh?
like you said, the thing about a new growth, like you said, no matter how positive, how good things they happen over here, and they say and they try to do in these YouTube streets and community, it's always going to be somebody that feels like they got to hold somebody accountable. And the thing about it is, this YouTube, real talk. This is YouTube. This people, people are saying this, but they are not doing it. Their actions are not doing it. The very ones talking about it ain't being held accountable themselves, but they want to come on, play judge, jury, and executioner for somebody else. Stop it. It's the hypocrisy for me.
And the thing about it is,
just stop it. That's why I said I want no parts of it. I want no parts of it. When I say I'm a one and done, I'm a one and done. Because I know it's still talk over there going on. I give zero fucks, honestly, because I got more important things in my life, in my community, in these YouTube streets, with this page that we are trying to put together. And if we allow distractions like what I just saw for these last two videos coming from my brothers, and I'm gonna be honest and say I'm very disappointed, because I feel like this shouldn't even been backtracked, either one of these conversations. I get it, people want to feel like they say what they want to say, or defend themselves and all of that. But honestly, everything had already been said. Real talk. Everything had already been said. So we have to learn to that, it's okay. Sometimes we ain't got to have the last word. We ain't got nothing to prove to nobody that don't see real. And if people, listen, people going to judge, they going to rock with who they want to rock with, and that's their right. But if they don't see the realness in Bro Clarence, if they don't see the realness in Bro Rico, if they don't see the realness in OG Patrice, if they don't see the realness in Von Bryan or New Growth or Big Time Drama Von, then that's on them.
Right.
Stop trying to be a people pleaser.
Yep.
You're never going to be able to please everybody. But if you could just please the ones that matter, that's all I care about.
And I feel you, brother Clarence.
I love everybody, and I don't love everybody. See that y'all go ahead on with that softness, Christianity, Muslim, kumbaya shit. I don't love everybody, and I don't want everybody praying for me, and I don't want everybody on my boat. God damn it, if they ain't rowing to keep the boat afloat and keep us on the same stream. We got to realize as a people that everybody can't go. Everybody can't go.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like real talk.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, she's definitely right. And listen, when it comes to trying to share the truth and things that concern what the truth is, now some people will argue truth and untruth. Well, that's your truth. That's not my truth. We get caught up in all of these things, but we know that there are some things that are truthful, and we know that there are some things that are lies. There is always an opposite to a word. There's a reason why there's an opposite. Either you're telling the truth or you're telling a lie. There's really no gray area there. You see what I'm saying? So I'm the type of person that, and in my age, because, I got a little bit older now, but I don't have a problem telling the truth and standing in it. And I know that sometimes that comes with opposition, because a lot of people are going to say, well, that's true to you, but that's really not the truth. Oh, okay, well, you go on and keep, doing what you're doing and see where that gets you. I've already shared the truth with you. Now you take it and either run with it or throw it in the trash, because you're still going to be accountable for the truth that God blessed me to tell you. So irregardless to how you feel about it, if God is using me to tell you the truth, you're going to be held accountable for that truth when you stand before him. Now, that's my opinion. And I don't have to be a perfect person in order for that to take place. God uses everybody. He uses us even though we have imperfections. So you never have to be to a place of perfection in order for God to use you. You never have to be to a place of you've already arrived. See, sometimes he'll use the indigent before you walk in the door of 7-Eleven to give you a word. But because you're so interested in packages and how it's coming to you, you miss the word. You miss the message because of where it came from.
Yeah, but you know what, though, Von Bryant, sometimes it's not always about truth. Sometimes in certain circumstances, it's dependent upon the perception at that time. So, you know, let me give you a quick scenario just to show you what I'm talking about, right? So you have a person with vision and you have a blind person, right? And so the question is asked, what color is the sky? And the person with the vision can clearly see what color the sky is. And they say, the sky is blue. And the blind person says, no, the color is purple. And they're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, even though the person who clearly has the vision can see that the color is blue, right? So why am I bringing this up? To say, who's going to win the argument? Nobody.
And so, I understand why you're saying that.
So that's why I'm bringing up that point about sometimes, you know, it can be a matter of perception, and sometimes.
But if that's the case, then brother,
Mike, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is that's why I made the point earlier by saying sometimes you got to know when to agree to disagree, because opinions are like assholes, you know, and that's why I'm saying, you know, also, or in another way of me saying this, you got to know how to pick and choose your battles, right? So you might be saying the truth and that's all fine and well, but if the person is not receiving or perceiving what you're saying is exactly the truth, sometimes you got to ask the question, is it worth the battle or not?
See, but the thing about what I disagree with you on that is because like Brother Clarence, they was hitting people with facts that they couldn't refute, right? And in that moment, like Black Man Unfiltered hit Clarence with a fact. Hey, when you put the picture up, Black Man Unfiltered had to say, hey, I was wrong for that. If they seen it that way, he had to surrender. That's called
Brother
being
Clarence.
A man. Brother Clarence. That's being a man. That's having character. That's having integrity. That's the cornerstones of what we're trying to build in our community. But if a man hits you with the fact and you can't get out of it, you spin it to something else and say, well, that's my perception. Like I always tell my people, perception and deception are identical twins, right? You don't know which one they are. So stop playing the game. It's like when you know the truth, when you know facts, put it like that. The fact of the matter is that they had a problem. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, but let me ask you something, right? You are a person of your own mind and of your own perception, correct?
My own mind and my own. No, yes, but I am also.
Okay, hold on. Let's keep it simple. Simple. Right. So, can I convince you of everything that I say is to be true? Yes or no?
Instantly, no.
Right.
You can't convince me of nothing that you do, but you can show me facts that I don't know.
But hold on. But what I'm saying is that kind of goes back to what Von Bryant was talking about earlier by saying, just because I may say here's the truth, it's up to you to either take what I'm saying as, okay, yeah, you got it, or no, I disagree, or, you know, I'm not feeling that because my perception is seeing something different.
And that's I'm a leader that's the downfall of our community. Because when we see things that are wrong, We know our kids like the music. We know this music is destroying our kids. I go to the public pool with my daughters the other day. They playing music, F this, and I nut in them mouth. All the little kids is playing this, and I know this is wrong in the kids, but we're wondering why the murder rate is up. We have to say that. We can't sit there and say, hey, well, you know, it's just music. It's your perception. We got to be wise enough to know what's going on. And if people are out here saying that our black women are trash, right? If we saying our black community is trash, that's not a perception. That's deception. I have a wife. I have a mother. I have kids. All these people have wives up here. OG Patrice. That's a deception. So we cannot play this game of, well, it's what you think. That's how they want to. That's how for Bible people. That's how the serpent got Eve.
Right, but
he gave
new
her
growth.
A perception. She knew the facts, right?
Okay, but new growth.
You breaking up the skin.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone.
You bringing us back to the scriptures.
Let me put some out there, John.
Listen, go ahead. I for one love the scriptures, so I have absolutely no problem.
Right, I do too, but I didn't want to get back in it.
I'm gonna drop it.
Go ahead, brother Clarence. Go ahead.
Let me put some out there, brother. Okay, so those of y'all, we were talking about the wrong and the deceitful thing, right? Okay, the brother came over here and said, you offended this sister by doing X, Y, Z, right? Now, I say my truth is, my intention wasn't to offend you. So that's my truth. Her truth is, she was offended. Now, I had a decision to make. Whose truth am I going to go with? My truth? Am I going to stand on my truth? Or am I going to stand on the truth that she felt offended?
How about stand on the truth? Not hers or yours, but the truth.
Well, I don't know if that. Well, let me say this.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me say this. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's the truth because that's him saying it. She didn't come over here and say it. So that's him saying that. But I take him to be that he probably is credible enough where I could have took that. Mm-hmm, so, but I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real because I don't know if that's the case or not. But I'm assuming that it is.
I think it goes back to New Growth, though. I think what New Growth was saying.
Oh, let Brother Clarence finish.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so thank you, brothers. So my point is, we're gonna always have to have a scale to judge things, whether it's right or wrong, right? We're gonna always have to have a scale to judge things, and sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong.
Absolutely.
But the point is, we're gonna have a reference point. So, what is our reference point? Sometimes we're gonna have to use scriptures. We're gonna have to use just common decency, common courtesy, things like this to give us a structure under which we can operate in a society and be civilized with each other, right?
That's right.
I see you walking with your wife, and I say, boy, man, she look good. I'm gonna just run and grab her. I can't just run and grab your wife. That would be wrong, right? That would be wrong. I can't just run and grab your wife and take her like she's mine. No, that would not be right. So in a civilized society, that's not gonna work. So we have to have rules and codes of conduct so that we can have a civilized society. So we won't be offending each other, or we be offending each other on the smallest level, right? There's always going to be some offenses, but on the smallest level. But my point is, if I decide to go with and I take this hard stance, what if the sister was offended? What if she was hurt? What if she was crying? I don't know if she wasn't. So I was willing to say, okay, I'll take that L so that we can move on. I mean, I'm not saying she's stuck there, but I'm just saying the whole thing could be over with as far as in my brain, because I was holding on to it. Well, not holding on to it, but every time I thought about it, I would get a little upset. But now I realize, hey, what am I getting upset for? Nothing.
Right.
What we doing over here is a better thing. Go on and just let it go. Let it go. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the sister, but I definitely didn't mean to offend her or her family. Same thing with the brother. I didn't mean to offend him, but I got a little more. But yeah, the same thing with him. I mean, he had a bunch of different tragedies happen to him. I took my foot off the gas on both of them, really. So my point is, but whose truth? My truth, their truth, or like Vaughn said, the truth. The truth is the brother had all these different fatalities in his camp, right? Should I still, even though if I feel I'm right, should I still step on his neck? No, I'm not that type of brother. So.
Clarence, you know me. I'm a straight shooter.
Yeah.
We had a conversation about the video, and what did I say to you?
Said a lot to me. So which thing in particular?
my opinion about the video that you done. You know I'm a straight shooter. Even though out of those
Patrice,
two people.
I forgot, Patrice. I had a long day.
She's talking about the first video.
The commercial video, the cartoon video, the thing.
Oh,
okay. I gave you my opinion on that. I'm a straight shooter.
Yeah.
Regardless to, you know, one of them did something to me. Like real bad, but I still stood up and defended what was right, because that's just how I am. And I told you this in the back, because that's just how I am. And this is the thing. I'm glad that you apologized for that part of it, right?
Right.
I just want it to be over and done. Like after this, like
done. I'm telling you, I'm done with it. It's
like stick a fork in it because you've done that type of done.
No, it's done. It's done. They could have 2 live streams in a row about me right now. It's done. I'm done with it, because I see what we're building over here. I see I'm looking on the stage and I see the kind of character of the people we got up here. I see that they don't have that, and this was all really the concept of what I wanted to do here. Is to have people. We don't agree with each other all the time, but it's all good people. It's all good people. It's all people that's, it's all good. When it comes down to it, we all want the best for our people, and so that's what I want. We ain't nobody here for no views and likes. They got family. We all got family. We got places we could be, but we trying to invest into being a community of people that, learning. I'm learning from y'all. Y'all learning from me. We learning from each other. Patrice and taught me so much. Vaughn taught me so much. I'm still learning from you young brothers. New Growth, Mike, Bonnier. I'm learning from you brothers too.
Me too.
So we learning from each other. We learning from
I'm
each
just
other,
saying,
brothers.
yeah, exactly.
So that's what I wanted, to be able to.
We are learning from each other.
Not to me to come out here and I'm going to come out here and I'm going to sit on the mic for 5 hours. No, we can exchange ideas.
And the thing about it is, the fairness that you may be with somebody else don't mean you're going to get that back in return.
Exactly. I realized that as I was talking to Black Man. Yeah.
There you go.
But it also doesn't mean that you have to change your character. If you're a kind person, if you're a giving person, if you're a forgiving person, you don't wait, let me finish. You don't allow people to change that part of your character because they clown.
Agreed.
That doesn't necessarily mean you have to commune with them now.
Right. I was just gonna say, Vaughn, before I was so rudely interrupted.
I'm so rude. I'm sorry. let me buy you a coffee.
What you
like? Tell me what you like. I'm sorry.
Vaughn, don't get Patrice mad, because if you get mad at you, she's gonna get mad at me. So don't do that.
Wow. Don't do that. You already know I got contingents for you and Rico, so y'all already know. I'm disappointed in this goddamn day of strings. How about that?
She's about to pull both of y'all coattails. I'm serious.
That's okay. She ain't. She can say that we don't love her. That's okay.
Yeah.
And it's all in love, right? It's all in love. No, I was just gonna say yes. The thing about it is, and I learned this long time ago. When you a diehard, when you're a friend, when you loyal to somebody and they disappoint you, that hurts, right? And that doesn't stop you from being the person that you are. And my mom told me a long time ago, the friend that you are to people don't mean they're going to be that type of friend to you, or the whatever type of person you are don't mean you're going to get that back in return. So just know that these YouTube streets are like that. Matter of fact, they are worse, because you can still know somebody did you wrong and speak up for them and speak for right, and they still will and know that they did you wrong, and know that they lied, but it will beseech them before they would come and apologize and know that they were wrong. So you just have to continue, because see that what they'll do is try to convince, just like the devil try to convince people that he don't exist. Those same people try to convince other people that you actually did something to them when they was the one that did it to you. So just know that there's no fair game here. So fair robbery is no exchange, how they say it. Ain't no honor among thieves and none of that stuff. So just know that don't expect because you do something for it to be done back to you in return. Just continue to be you and do you, and let the rest of it go. Don't worry about you didn't get an apology. Don't worry about you didn't get addressed. Don't worry about they didn't come to you. That's the type of, you can't worry about that. You just do you.
There is no price on my righteousness.
And shout out to Uncle Rico, man. Shout out to Uncle Rico, man. He was in the fire earlier, man. But like, I don't know, I don't speak for everybody else, but I have a lot of respect for him, man. He just reminds me of like that class of people he's passionate. He's gonna say a lot of things. He's gonna say some things that be like, what? But you know what he's saying though. If you real, you know he's not saying, I don't give a damn about that. He's really saying, I'm mad. I want them to get it together so we can do what we got to do. So I just respect him so much, man. And there was a lot of disrespect going. I'm glad y'all got him out of the chat. But Rico's a real good dude, man. I really look at that.
Y'all have no clue, bro. Y'all have no clue.
I see that he's
you
very
really get a chance
passionate.
to talk to the cat. You had no clue, bro.
Just like you say, Von Eric.
Like Vaughn.
I think Vaughn. I'm getting ready to say my name. But Rico is very passionate into what he feels within his heart, and we all much respect that and much love to him. And I think some people, like Mike was saying, how people receive different information, how they receive words. It depends on the spirit of what they are led by and where they are in their life. Some words that a person say, wouldn't be hard for them to receive it. Depends on where they are and what they're thinking and what spirit they're led by. But one thing that you have to keep an open mind, especially like that I see in Rico, is he's very passionate in what and he's doing it with love. He's not doing it with hatred, just like your mother beat you or your father beat you. They say, I'm not beating you because I hate you. I'm beating you because I love you. And so this is
I never could understand that.
and this is the same. This is what I get out of Rico with the way he is when he talks and stuff like that.
Man, I'm telling you, bro.
I see the y'all was talking about this earlier. It's this basketball kid named he played with LeBron, last name Smith. I forgot his name. His last
J.R. Smith?
Yeah, J.R. Smith. Mm-hmm. And he said in an interview, he said when it comes to the older cats, the older people, he said this is what I was raised on. If they told me to go pick trash up or tell me to go this way, I don't have no comeback. I go and do it. That's how much I respect. When Shaq told me to do this, or Barkley told me to do that, any person that he said as far as respecting the game, I would do it with no question asked.
Right.
And I think sometimes as young people, we that's what we may have to do. And I know some young people may not, because that depends on how they was raised and the things that they went through, issues. So I understand, but some of our young people should look at that and take that with heed, because we'll grow faster in life once we see that. We do that.
Right. And we just gotta, when we on here, man, I'm not a content creator, so I guess I'm speaking to everybody. I just want to know the purpose of the content creator. Like I see it with Brother Clarence. I can see a lot of things that people say, well, you should do this because you can get more fun. You're going to grow organically and let it be what it's going to be. But I see a lot of people out here. It's a competition. And then your purpose get thrown off. It's like, wow, I was listening to you for this. Now I hear all of this. But I understand it's a purpose to get to this goal, to get to a financial gain. sacrificing. I don't want to use the Bible, but sacrificing your soul, to gain the world. Gaining
there you
the
go.
world.
Yeah. What profit? What profit?
Let me just say this to you, New Growth, just to put it in perspective, right?
Yes, sir.
With content creators, it's very similar with the music world. All right, meaning there is something.
I was just thinking
everybody.
that.
All right,
I was just thinking that.
Let me cook this for a second.
Got you.
Okay. There is something for everybody, right? You just have to pick and choose, the content creators that you feel you're in alignment with, and you're good with that, right?
Right.
Now, up until the point where if the content has become a detriment to your spirit, to your beliefs, values, or anything of that nature,
your morals,
that's when that's when it's time to exit.
Right.
Other than that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right. Now, so I'm saying this all to say, because you were talking about these you were talking about how kids were listening to certain types of music, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and blah 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 blah, yada 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 yada. But at the same time, there's also another argument that will also say, well, you need to separate the facts from the fiction, because let's be honest, 90% of most music is all entertainment. It's not supposed to be taken as, well, that's life. It's not supposed to be taken as if a guy's gonna sing "Jump Off a Bridge," you're gonna actually go and jump off a bridge. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
You trying to go into another argument? I ain't gonna.
Yeah, you try to go.
I ain't gonna go in there. I ain't gonna go in that.
Brother Mike, these things are influences. These younger generation.
No, I understand that. Right, I understand that.
Video games, reality TV, the music, all of this is a big influence on them. If it wasn't, a lot of these kids wouldn't be so influenced by these buying video games, and then they go and shoot up the place. Okay,
but those are facts, OG Patrice. Those are facts. What he's saying is an opinion, but facts is what you talk about.
But hold on, but I will say this, right? And this goes to everybody's point, right? Like I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for everybody, right? I was taught that regardless of what song you hear, there's a difference between reality and fiction, right? And there is no way, no song is ever going to convince me or influence me in any kind of way.
That's a lie.
Okay.
I hate to say it. But that's a lie.
Wait a minute. Did you just call Mike a lie?
Yeah, that's a lie.
Oh man.
Okay.
Well, see, we're on a good panel where we can have these discussions.
So. I mean, I can tell you from my history, just as a Black American.
But hold
on, let me tell you this. Like the
how you gonna call me a liar? And I'm telling you,
let him. Yeah,
I was going to tell you why I was a lie. But go ahead. I didn't call you a liar. I said that was.
But that's what you just said. You said that's a lie.
That was a lie.
I spoke for myself.
Okay, but that was a lie. But now you're not a
liar. How was it a lie if I spoke for myself?
But wait a minute, New Growth. It was his truth.
I didn't say everybody. I specifically said about me.
But he said
he's a lie. Go ahead, brother.
He said it's a deception lie.
Yeah, it's a deception. Yeah.
All right, come on, Big Mike. Let's go. What you got to say, man?
Go ahead.
Come on, New Growth.
Okay. I mean, come on, man. I mean, Barry White, from the time they said women had so many babies on Barry White's day, when we go back into slavery time, those Negro spirituals gave our people the strength, the spirit to believe to get out of slavery.
Put the Marvin Gaye on right now, y'all.
We got the soundtrack of the civil rights movement. Hold on, soundtrack of the civil rights movement. That was what kept us going. the music and all of that reflected and allowed the people to move in a certain way.
I understand New Growth, but once again,
and then you have spiritual songs.
You're missing something in this whole equation.
Yeah, you missed the main point. Yeah.
What's the main point?
I spoke for myself.
For himself.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything about people. I didn't say anything about generality. I spoke for
and he's a musician, so maybe it don't move him because he done played music so much.
Right. So that's the main. He said he did say himself.
I spoke for myself. I didn't say New Growth. I didn't say this applied to anybody.
So what?
So
if you're a musician, I apologize.
There you go. Thank you so much.
It didn't affect you, but the majority, right? The majority of people, because you make music for people, right?
Huh?
Do you make people for the public?
Yes, I do.
Yes. So why do they consume your stuff? Because it moves them. It makes them feel a certain way. It's music. Fine. It's like the who is it? Michael? I'm not gonna get in the Bible. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down.
Okay, can I just interject here real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to piggyback off of something that Big Time Drum said, Brother Mike, when it in relationships to the music, and in relations to content creators.
Right.
You see, you have a lot of people who are in both of these fields who are in a competition. You know, they're very good at looking at all of the graphs and whatever you call it and the numbers, and because it's a competition. Right. Even in music, you'd see who's on top, who got the best sell, who, you know, blah blah blah. But those true musicians who have a gift, they're not really in competition. You see what I'm saying? Because they just simply do what comes naturally to them. Just like Stevie Wonder, he's not in competition with other musicians. He does what comes natural to him. Now you may have some other younger artists that may be in competition. It is a competition for some. But for some who have the true gift and the talent, it's definitely not even a competition at all. You see what I'm saying? Just like with content creators, you have some content creators who it's in their spirit to do that and create content. It comes natural. They're not in it for likes, clicks, and views. See what I'm saying? And their gift always will make room for them.
Right.
Just like some of the musical artists.
Right.
You know,
but it's just
like Shaka Khan, her gift makes room. That's effortless for her.
Right.
Well, I mean, sometimes she may have to try a little harder than others. But you know what I'm saying.
Just like the content creator. Now, if I may interject here, when you're talking about, just like we were talking about the videos, reality TV, music, it's the same thing with the content creators.
Exactly.
A lot of them, the more popular they get, the more subscribers they get, these people become influencers. That's why they're now being called influencers.
Yes.
They are influencing people. We have been on this panel and literally hear men get up here and talk just like Kevin Samuels did. That's the influence that the man had on him. We got to be honest about that. There's women on certain other panels that have been influenced by CNG. And their talking points sound just like her when they're talking about. So let's be real about it. We are influenced by people, places, and things.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
All of us
I agree.
are.
Yes.
I agree with that.
And OG, that goes back to the very point that I made from the beginning, that everyone picks and chooses who they feel that's where my lane is, right? So just like, you know, you could say this rap music is crap, but according to the numbers, it's in the millions because millions feel as though, you know, that's in their lane.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Right. But look at the societal effects of the music, with this music being the soundtrack of our people. Right? Look at the societal effects when Curtis Mayfield and all of these people were moving that civil rights movement with Aretha Franklin. The societal effects got us to where we are now. So that's facts. That's nothing debatable. That's nothing debatable.
Can I tell you this?
But that's not debatable.
But can I tell you this?
Mm-hmm.
Even when you're talking about Curtis Mayfield and Aretha Franklin, there were people in the 70s who thought the same exact way as thinking, man, they ain't nothing.
They were in the 70s. That's who he's talking about. He's talking about them. That whole
no. I know.
Civil rights movement, James Brown,
I know.
Black Enough Proud, Marvin Gaye, what's going on? All of those things were influencing the movement for us.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, the point I'm trying to make is there is something for everyone. So just like back then, they had people that didn't appreciate them, even though years after the fact, you know, they're more appreciated because of time and evolution, and that's beautiful.
But you're talking a nuance. We're talking about the soundtrack. That was the music of the majority of people today. Like the music that we hear, the young kid, that's the music, the majority of the music. Of course, you got other artists who don't participate in that and don't. Right. You're gonna have that in any time. Right. Like a great example. A great example is Fela Kunta. When he came over to America, he was so influenced by the fight of the civil rights movement. He took back Nigeria and changed that country. Bob Marley came over here and was so inspired by Curtis Mayfield, he took it back. He even took lyrics from Curtis Mayfield and put them in his song. So, you know, you got Peter Tosh, all of that. That was revolutionary.
Right. All of that.
This brother went to Peter Tosh. Yes, sir.
All of it.
I hear you, brother.
He's right, though. He's right. It's influences, music.
Yes,
sir.
I'm also trying to say that there were people that did not like Peter Tosh. There were people that did not like Bob Marley at that time.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm just trying to show you that there is something for everyone.
Of course it is, but
I was into all of it.
It's influencing the majority of the people who love Peter Tosh. So that influenced the culture. That get up, stand up. That's what caused, you know, a lot of the movements.
That took years. That didn't take at that time. That came.
We're not debating how long it take, but we're talking about it took years of gangster, of killing, of this to get to the point now where our girls, we don't have love songs no more. Our girls, I'm seeing girls at the pool talking about shoot them up, nothing in the straight. I'm like, this is affecting our community. I have children, brother.
Don't forget the WAP. Don't forget the WAP.
No, I agree. The music today, and that's just like brother Mike said, you know, we all have opinions and we know what that's about. But my opinion is the music sucks. The music sucks nowadays because you know, you don't even have good lyricists. You don't have people who, you know, really take time to write about situations. I'm not saying all, because you do have some good people now still.
Of course you do.
Writing music and doing, but what the majority, and see, this is why I don't like to follow the majority all the time, you know, because a lot of people are into this, you know, well, the majority says this, so I have to go along with it. To me, in my mind, the majority is wrong the majority of the time. Just because of the majority says do it, don't mean that I'm going to live my life by that. At all. You know, I have to weigh out, well, what is the majority saying versus what's right?
If me and Big Time Drum followed the majority, we'd be a lot bigger than where we are now in our music career if we followed the majority.
You know? But do we really think, we have to make sure we pay attention to the numbers, because we may think it's the majority. Remember, the record labels buy their records.
You're right.
Yeah. So we may think it's the majority, but it's not. Remember, they might have learned off of what happened years ago, like y'all was just saying in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and say, you know what? We want to push something and let the people think this is what the people want.
Right.
Because
here it is,
what happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So
here it is, Von Eric. You know, as a people, we are growing more and more perverse as a whole. And a lot of people don't see it that way. This is how I see it. And this is how I'm viewing it through my eyes. We are coming more and more perverse. We are allowing things. We really don't have moral standards hardly today. Anything goes and anything is accepted. Right. You know, I was just recently looking at
You still have a choice, Brother Von. You still have a choice.
Right.
No. Yeah, we all have a choice. But at the same time, my choice, and as far as my family is concerned, you know, we're going to serve the Lord. And that's what I would love for my family to do. But at the same time, I have to understand that I have a son that's going to go out into this world.
That's right.
You see, and I need him to be equipped with some informational things concerning what's proper and what's improper. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want him to go out there with just no type of standards and morals, because when he does that and he steps outside the door, then he is susceptible to whatever they're going to throw at him. And he's going to be like a wind tossed to and fro. See?
But at the same time, Vaughn, I will say this in defense of your son, that,
yes, sir,
you know, as he gets older, you know, and I know this might be a hard pill to swallow, that
I want to swallow it. I need help.
yeah. But I'm just saying
he's going to be 18 soon. This is another phase of my life. So
there you go. And I was about to say,
I'm willing to accept.
You know, when it gets to that point where you have to say, wait a minute, I gotta let him fly,
right?
You know, because I can only hold on to him but so much, and he has to figure it out.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can only say to yourself, I only hope I did a good enough job that, you know, he can take everything that I'm showing him, even until, you know, he's 60, that he's going to apply something to it, to his life, to say, okay, you know, I can still be a decent citizen of the world. You don't have to be perfect, but just a decent citizen of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even me, you know, I didn't catch on to some of the good nuggets that were shared with me until I was in my late 30s, just about.
There you go.
So, but do you see what I'm saying? I understand the process. It's just I wasn't a parent in my early 30s.
I understand.
You see what I'm saying? And I wasn't, you know, in the position that I'm in now. Now I know I have more insight now based on the situation that I'm going through. You know, but I know that's a whole nother topic. But thank you for the advice. You know, I seek the brethren to help me in that area, because, you know, when these young men become when these teenagers move to a place where they start becoming young men, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. See, that's a whole nother realm of parenting. That's just a whole nother realm of parenting. And I'm not used to that yet. I've never done it. See, I went through the diapers and the toddler and the, you know what I'm saying? School and middle school. And you see what I'm saying? But now here we are. We're approaching some other type of years here.
Right.
You know, so I still seek counseling in that area.
And then it's like I was talking earlier, like a lot of things were going back and forth, and it's like, what are we doing for the community? Like I was like, I challenge everybody here to get 2 boys in the neighborhood to read a book this month, right? I challenge somebody. Let's get to that. That's solutions, because if all they getting, I mean, in all due respect, Big Mike, if all they getting is the negativity, the cell phones where they can see pornography at any moment because their parents give them these phones, and these kids know how to work the phones better than we do, right? So if they experiencing all of this stuff and the Snapchat and the twerking and this, how can we expect this kid to know anything other than what they're consuming? Right, I'm not saying the music is.
It could be just a matter of. It could be just a matter of time. Imagine if your kids one day happen up on YouTube and happen up on a stream that you was once on, and you could be long gone, or not knowing that they are watching and seeing what you're doing. That's why I say we need to set the bar high and be an example, because eventually they go on YouTube. They they go on IG and Facebook.
They're watching this right now.
Yes, exactly.
Like real talk. So it's
I couldn't understand until I started doing it. I'm like, boy, why don't you watch cable? I'm paying for cable, and you just on YouTube. Are you kidding me?
All right. Well,
now look at me. I'm on YouTube.
Let me stop y'all, man. Any of y'all have a question for myself? Maybe even Patrice, but if anyone have y'all question for myself or how I handle something or whatever, y'all have a question for me, now's the time, because we're gonna start closing it down.
Well, quick question.
Yeah,
like I said, my question for you would be, how do you plan to proceed from here, based on what you've learned? And I think today was the beginning of something else for you. You see what I'm saying? yesterday was different, but today was kind of really a new beginning for you, Brother Clarence, because I think you got some clarity as to how to move going forward.
Yes.
So with that new clarity that you have, what do you plan to do with that?
I plan to move forward. You know what? Because one of the main things I learned today, all the stuff that we thought was important wasn't even important. We didn't even have to do what we did today. And
Right.
I realized that as we were walking through it. All right. So,
yeah.
But the good thing is about it, I was able to apologize to the sister for if she took it as a disrespect, because I never meant to do that. So that's one good thing that came out of it. But as far as anything else, everything else, man, it was, I would say, not necessary. I mean, you know, we did it, so that's what we did. But that's what I learned. I learned to not like, I may think it's a big deal in my head, but nobody else is even tripping. You know what I mean?
Right.
So why even pursue it? You know what I'm saying? So after today, going forward, I'm just these particular issues. Now, I'm not going to tell y'all, oh, well, if somebody come running hard at me, I'm not going to address it. I may, but
Right.
but
Yeah.
I mean, these old issues that have already been addressed, that's done. That's done. Especially the stuff with the black, that stuff is done. We are done with that. At least I am. Rico wants to go, but I don't think even I think Rico's even had enough of that one. I mean, we're done with that.
Where is Rico?
Rico, he's doing his husbandly duties.
Oh, okay.
So
Got it.
he got some stuff he has to do, but he's doing great, man. He's all right. Yeah.
All
so,
I want to ask. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
All the question I have is just, you got warriors here. I don't say soldiers because soldiers just follow orders. Warriors believe in your mission and fight with you. So what can we do to help you get to where you want to be, and what's your agenda? What can we do to help y'all?
The only thing y'all could do, and the best thing y'all could do, is blossom into the best people y'all are. You don't have to agree with me, and you guys know this. We welcome you whether you agree with us or not. And sometimes we need you to not agree with me. Sometimes I need you to not agree with me. New Growth, you bring a lot of information. You bring a lot of stuff. Big Mike, Von Eric, Patrice, oh my God. What's up, Vaughn? Same thing. I mean, so, everybody brings stuff. And so I'm a work in progress. I'm not a completed work, but I'm a work in progress. So if you bring the best in you, then you're gonna push me to bring the best in me, and we're gonna bring the best to this thing. And then when, like you said, like you just had a great idea, brother, go out and try to read to a couple of different boys. See, what other platform are they even remotely talking about doing something like that, right?
And you know what I got that from? The sister down there underneath you, Miss Patrice. She inspired me, so that's all. I love it, man. So I'm gonna let y'all have it, because I had a great time. I know you had a long day.
Yeah, that was something.
But Mr. Von Bryant, always respect due. Von Eric, man, I'm feeling your mental. My brother Big Mike, man.
Yes, sir.
Let some music influence you, man. You ain't gonna
You talking to the music man right there.
Respecting you, Big Mike, and
he knows some of that music influence him. Yeah, I be seeing him on this
and I
page.
still work with them to this day. So
he's the music man. Come on.
Anyways, go on, brother.
Yeah, OG. I mean, much respect, Big Mike. I feel you.
No problem,
OG Patrice, man, love as always. Just keep doing y'all thing, man. I'm so inspired. This like my re-up when I out in the world, work world. I come here, get reloaded, take it out to the world. So I love y'all all, man.
And New Growth.
All right.
If we do something and we step out of line, man, tell us, man. because we're all learning this game.
We're not above reproach.
Exactly. We
and
all
neither am I.
Except for Patrice. Patrice is. Don't approach Patrice.
No, I'm not. No, look. Von Erich just proved that a few days ago he checked me. He was like, Patrice, you're wrong about that. So
I did not say you was wrong.
Von Erich, I was wrong.
I got that on videotape. I did not say
that you was wrong.
We know y'all coming. If y'all come to check us, y'all coming to check us out of love.
Right.
So we appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
If I check OG Patrice, I'm gonna say, look, Rico said that.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
But all right, y'all. Peace and love, man.
All right, one love, man.
Take care of the family. Peace.
Yeah, no, I really love that, brother. You know me, brother. The only thing I got, and I say in love, is that you know that I came on your channel off of Lead Attorney's channel when we all first. That's how we all first met up, right? Like, and I came over to your channel to support you, seeing you come up on Lead Attorney, and when I came over, I checked you out a few times. I was like, I like what this brother's talking about. He's talking about community. He's talking about building. He's talking about a love for my people. And that's what I'm about. And I've been over here ever since rocking with you, bro. And this is what I want to continue to see, is because I want to continue to see the real that I see in you, because I know you out in the community like I am as well. The channel, and especially for the things we're trying to do now, and how we're trying to grow this channel now, and the people we're bringing on here, we have to be very conscious of the people that we're bringing on here. They can't come and check your content out and see bullshit and see rhetoric and see toxicity and see drama, and especially the people I'm associated with and going to be bringing on here. They're going to be like, nah, that's a hot mess over there, not doing it, because they have an image. So when we, you know what I mean? So we have it, or you have an image that you have for your channel. You made me a part of that, and I'm grateful and proud and happy, and I appreciate you for that, brother. And I'm saying this is what I can bring over here to help as well. You know, I'm out in the entertainment business. I run into people. I meet people every day, walk of life. If I'm at a concert, look how I pull Aaron Thompson. I'm sitting in VIP. The man came and sat right next to me in the empty chair. You see what I'm saying? And he opened up for Luenell. So when you talking about bringing a certain clientele of people over here, man, and they have a reputation to uphold, they not just gonna come where there's shit show. And people see them on shit show. You understand what I'm saying? So and as a person that was drawn to your channel because of that, and me wanting to do this for you because of the love I have for you, brother, and the respect that I have for you, is the one to see that there's more ways for your channel to grow than just through beating up on black women and black men. How about that? There's other ways that you could grow your channel and have different content, except for us talking about each other and dragging each other and disrespecting each other and degrading each other. There's other ways to grow your channel.
Right.
You know, and it'll get there.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I want to say. So just, you know, keep steady as you go, and let's not get caught up in the distractions, brother, because we got a beautiful thing going on over here.
You're right, sister. And the love goes all the way back to you. All right, Patrice, is that your closing remarks? Do we need to talk? Are you good?
I'm sorry, I didn't say my last famous words. I digress.
Yeah. Do we need to talk, Patrice? Or are you good?
But yeah, for a few minutes.
Okay, Patrice, you already cussed me out once.
I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about something else. So you can drop me down. Salute to the chat. Peace to everybody. Thank y'all. All love on the panel. Big Drum, Von Erich, Von Brian. Y'all already know what it is. This your girl, OG Patrice. And listen, I demand y'all call me OG. I demand.
I ain't calling you no OG.
That's an inside joke. That's an inside joke.
Right, that's an inside joke. Because you know they already say I demand people to call me that.
All right, girl, I'm gonna put you down.
All right.
Just a few minutes. Don't go nowhere. Oh my God. All right, brothers Von Erich and Big Time Drum. Which one of you guys going to go first?
Man? I'll go
first.
Wrap
this thing up, man. Okay, Mike, go ahead. What's up,
man? Yeah, so I just want to reiterate, the very point that I was saying that, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. And, you have to, pick and choose your battles, sometimes you'll get it right. Sometimes you'll get it wrong. But, as I can clearly see that you're taking these moments, by the way, in a good light by just saying, at the end of the day, I'm going to take something, with grace and say, I'll just take the L, and I'd rather have peace within myself first than to prove whether I'm right or wrong.
Man, I couldn't even sleep knowing that I offended the sister.
Absolutely.
And I know I could do something about it and didn't do it. That would bother me.
So yeah.
Thank you.
So with that said, I just want to say that Brother Clarence, just continue to be Brother Clarence. And that's all we look forward to when we see you on your channel. But by the way, I just want to say on a side note, by the way, there is a big difference with fair use and using, entire content. Now, fair use means you can take content as long as you're transformative about it, meaning like, you play bits of it, you may talk something, you may, and then, you know what I mean? You're making it transformative, but you're not playing it from start to finish.
Right.
If you're playing it from start to finish, that's where you need the permission.
Right.
If you're not playing it from start to finish and you're being transformative in between, that's when YouTube says you don't necessarily need the permission. So that I wanted to dispel, and if you look it up on Google, it does say that, and that's why I wrote it in the chat, because I wanted to tell that brother that what he's saying, that doesn't apply to fair use. That applies to if you're using the whole content.
And you know what? When they give you a copyright strike, you got to go to YouTube school and they tell you all that stuff. But I didn't want to argue with him about that either.
I saw that. I got
stuck on the fact that he said that I offended the sister. So that was sticking with me. And so
I
appreciate you. But anyway, I appreciate you explaining that, Big Mike. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to make sure that that was made clear.
And hold on, Mike. This man is talking to you. He spent a lot of time in the music industry, so he ain't no Rudy Poo dude off the street. He got a lot of understanding about what he's talking about. Okay, Mike, I want to give you some credibility.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That. But other than that, man, bro, Clarence, I got love for you from day one.
I know.
And man, on that note, booyah!
All right, thank you, Mike.
Shout out to Big Time Drum, man.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Thank you,
good to see you again, brother.
All right, anytime. All right.
All right, man. I'm gonna put you down, Mike. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, brother Vaughn, Eric.
Well, I really don't have too much. Only thing I suggest is go if you need remembrance, but you've been listening the whole time, but just go back and listen to everybody in the chat, what they, said, and everybody, most importantly, everybody on the panel, because everybody on the panel had much wisdom to give, and all what they said, much righteousness is within their words. So I don't have nothing to add to that, because what I'm doing is just using that, what God said through their mouth to you and to me, and take those words and grow with it. But even yourself, one thing that you said that is very important, that you said after today, it will be all behind you. It will be let go. After the day, from here on, we're on another path. We're going to leave all that stuff that behind us. We came to a conclusion. I seen what I seen. They seen what they seen. So we ain't going to go no more. It's not going to be no more. No matter what they say, when I'm doing here, I'm moving forward. So I just, because I know I am, I'm going to go back and look on this just in case, because I know sometimes I need remembrance. So that's all I suggest is, if you do, go back and all those words that everybody said on this panel, is much growth in those words, and use those words within you, and to, grow within this channel and to prosper spiritually, wisdom, knowledge, understanding. And sometimes you may be a teacher, and sometimes you just need to be a student. So that's all I have to say. And it's much love to everybody and everybody on the panel and everybody on the chat.
Yes, sir.
Much love, Von Eric. Von Eric, remember, Sunday's a big day, brother. I'm gonna send you the link. So,
man, you sure? Does Rico really want to do this? I just want to know, because I mean, he was.
Look, I'm looking forward to it. Personally.
Oh, okay, because Rico was back.
Because I want to learn something. Maybe something I don't know about.
What you saw with Rico was so upset over the 3-card money that was getting played on the first live stream. He was so upset over that. So I think you caught him right there when he was still upset. I think once he calms down, he'll be ready for you, brother. And I'm gonna remind him. I'm gonna say, man, you can't let Von Eric's gonna whoop you. Good. Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. My name is on the line, Rico. No, man, get him. If you can get him, Von Eric. Get him.
Okay.
But I'm gonna make sure he's ready, man. I'm gonna make sure. I'm trying to get him ready. And if any changes come, I'll email you, brother. But so it looks like we're on and popping for that. Okay.
All right, I'll be prepared.
All right, thank you, brother. Shout out to you, brother.
All right.
It's a good brother, Von Eric, man. Von Eric is a good brother, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, brother Von Bryant.
And there was 2 dinosaurs.
And there was 2 dinosaurs.
Wow, man! I tell you, anytime you get two Vons on the panel, that's gonna be power pack right there.
Man, bro, it was.
Yeah, I love that brother. He's got some good insight. But yeah, my closing remark to you would be, I grew up with this saying or teaching is when a man humbles himself, or when he makes himself humble, God will lift and rise him up. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, yeah, exactly. So I think that's a good thing when you can acknowledge, okay, well, maybe I had a little falter here or there, and, I'm going to correct that. And I'm not beyond reproach or critique or whatever. And moving on, I plan to move this way, that way, or the other, But when a man exalts himself above, see, that's when God brings him a base. And see, that's what we don't want to happen, So it's a good thing, man. You have such a good spirit about you, and that's why I made a decision to follow your channel, because I see the intent. I look past the content and I see the intent, and the intent is a good one, and that's what I need to know about people. Are your intentions well? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, brother. This was another great show, and thank you for having me again.
Always.
I learned a lot. I was very reluctant to get up here because I don't want to be in the middle of nothing.
I tried to keep you guys out of it
because I'm here, there, and everywhere. But at the same time, it's nothing wrong with being truthful and supporting. And if I'm supporting you and people have a problem with that, then shame on them. You see what I'm saying? Because I support them as well at times. So, it's not like we can get into this, if you're supporting them, you can't support me. Then let that be known, and then I can move on.
Right.
But the conversation went very well, man. This is a good stream to remember. Thank God that you were able to bounce back with this stream, because wow. Let's just be honest. That first one, man, that was
You know, and I was when Rico even brought that up and said, "Man, should we do this?" I was like, you know, man. But he said, "Man, you know what? Let's just clear the air." You know, he made it sound like it was just going to be like a half an hour. I was like, "Okay, let's do it. Half an hour. That's no problem." And then,
but we see your heart, man. We see your heart. We see your
intention. I said, Rico, I said it's going to go all these different ways, so don't get triggered.
Yeah, I wish he was up. I wish he was up here to kind of, you know, share in all of it. But you know, he'll be a part of it later. But yeah, man, just be encouraged, because you know what you're doing is not going unnoticed. You know what I'm saying? We just have to make sure that we are making the right decisions and choices as to how we're moving forward. That's it, man. You know, and we are all apt to err. So even when it comes to me or whoever else. So
yeah, me too, brother. Especially me. All right, Bron. That's
all right,
the last
man.
word, brother.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm done.
Okay. I'm gonna pull you down, my brother. Appreciate you.
All
man.
right.
Okay. Y'all seen what it is. Big Rick said, a good spirit and very disciplined. That's brother. Man, I hear you, brother. I hear you, Big Rig. I hear you, man. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat. I'm sorry. Usually I will yell out everybody in the chat. Today we had kind of a whole thing that kind of threw me off. So y'all please forgive me. Y'all in the chat, everybody had a strong performance. Even on the last thing, you guys had a strong performance. Didn't let nothing get out of hand over there. And just like today, didn't let no get it. I don't mind people, you know, disagreeing with us and saying different, you know, slick stuff in the chat. I don't care. As long as they don't talk about nobody personally. I don't want them using people's names or using people's wives' names or, you know, saying a bunch of crazy stuff. Then let's get them, y'all. Let's jump on them. But y'all always keep the chat squeaky clean. And so I appreciate y'all. I ain't got nobody coming back to me saying, "Oh, this person said this to me in the chat. This person said that to me in the chat." I don't have situations like that. So, shout out to y'all in the chat. Strong performance as always by everybody. We appreciate y'all. Strong performance by the chat. Who else came up here today? Von Erich came up here. Strong performance by the young brother. Came up in here. And you know what I mean? What I like about Von Erich, man, Von Erich, he's that lawyer dude that you didn't know had that lawyer information, right? You're like, well, I didn't know you know that. And he'll stick, and he's 10 toes down on what he's saying, right? He's 10 toes down on what he's saying. And you can tell he got a lot of information, but you know, a lot of times you feel like, man, I can't drop. It's too much information. I can't drop it now. I go through a lot. I go through that a lot myself, brother. So I can appreciate that. Shout out to brother Von Erich, man. Von Erich is gonna be back supposedly on Sunday to do this CRT thing with Rico, right? Supposed to be going over and discussing this. We're gonna be discussing CRT and whether that's gonna be they're trying to teach it in the elementary schools, right? So y'all come back for that one. That's gonna be a hot one. Yeah, brother Von Erich, we appreciate him too, because you know, he brings a lot of information to the table, and you know, man, he's a good dude. So shout out to him. Strong performance as always, standing tall on everything he was saying. Who else came up? Big Mike. Big Mike dipped his toe in for just a minute. He's out there making you know, platinum hits out there. But you know, he got time to come out here and dip his toe and work with your brother. So, okay, he came over, worked with us, and, you know, we appreciate him, man. And he gave us all that knowledge about fair use. Appreciate it. And, you know, Big Mike is, you know, he don't come out here and tooting his own horn, but this dude he's a heavy hitter, man, in the music industry. So, you know what I'm saying? This dude, you ain't talking to somebody who just don't know what he's talking about. It's a heavy hitter, man. So, he know what he's talking about as far as this the legalese of the situation here. Shout out to Big Mike. Strong performance as always, man. Strong performance. What about New Growth? New Growth came through. What about New Growth? Strong performance. Strong performance. Stood 10 toes down. You know what I'm saying? Well, what I like about all these young cats, she said, tell them to go check out his wife. I didn't know Big Mike even had a channel. Man, Patrice said y'all need to go and check out Big Mike's YouTube channel. I didn't even know Big Mike had a channel. I'm gonna get you, Mike, because you're supposed to tell me you got a channel, man. We could have been shouting your channel out. Anyway, go out to Big Time Drum and go check out his channel, Brother Mike, and dude's a heavy hitter. He ain't playing games out there. Who else? Oh, we were talking about New Growth, man. I like that he's a young brother, man. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to do all the right things. He's trying to make a move and make moves and do things that's practical. The brother ain't got no suggestion. Hey, we all need to go out here and talk to 100 brothers every day. No, he got practical. Hey, you know what? You can find 2 young men to talk to a week. And I'm going to even break it down. Instead of being able to read to them, talk to them. Just, hey, young man, how you doing? Oh, okay. And show them what a man looks like. Some of these young brothers, they haven't even seen a man, right? Or the men they do see are so sub-character men. When they see a man with a job, they're like, what? What is this? Right? Or a man with responsibilities, or a man with duty and honor and respect. They go, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Your vibration will throw them off, but it's good because your vibration makes them wonder why your vibration is off to them. They may investigate you, and then next thing you know, they say, I want to be like that man. I want to be like that man. I done had it happen, man. I went down here into the project, Jordan Downs, Nickerson, Imperial Courts. My wife used to live in Imperial Courts, right? I would be like, damn, man, going over there, picking her up and hanging out down there. But I got to know a lot of people over there. Shout out to Imperial Courts. But I'm just saying, man, you know what I mean? Some of these people ain't seen no man with no job. They don't even know what that looks like. You know what I'm saying? They some of these young brothers, especially the brothers. So do what you can. Do what you can. Big rigs, Imperial Courts, man. It ain't no joke, man. If nobody don't know you, man, and I'm sure y'all got places like that up in the Bay. But man, Imperial Courts, Nickerson, if nobody don't know you, go handle your business and get your behind out of there, right? Jordan Downs, I think they tore down Jordan Downs. They tore that down, but Nickerson and Imperial Courts are still there. So shout out to Nickerson and Imperial Courts. All right, so New Growth, man. Good brother, solid young man, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't always agree with me, but definitely always very respectful. All these brothers are very respectful. Solid performance by New Growth. As always, a solid performance. What about Big Rick said off with your head. Who else was on the panel? What about Patrice? Patrice came up here and said, wait a minute, y'all. Excuse me. Came up in the panel, then she started dropping bombs like she always do. Bang, 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 bang. Right? What do you think about Patrice? Don't worry, she already cussed us out for the first video, for the first live stream. What y'all doing, man? We don't even need to do this stuff. All right, Patrice. Yeah. But that's my sister. I love her so. She just go ahead. She cussed me out. I just put my head down. Okay. All right. Right. Shout out to everybody. And hopefully from the first stream. If you were from the first stream and you out there in the bushes, we didn't mean to offend anybody. If you offended out there, please come and tell me you offended, and I will bring you up here publicly and apologize to you, because I didn't want to get no new stuff started with none of that. That wasn't our intention. Our intention was to just address what was happening with us, and it kind of just went off the rails. And so now I know already we're not addressing nothing else no more with that such a situation. If the people want to continue that stuff amongst each other, then let them do that. We are done with that. Especially me, I'm done with it. I don't have nothing to do with it. I feel Rico feel the same way, but he can speak for himself. But I'm done with it. We don't want to continue on with that situation no more. I mean, it's a done deal with any of these situations, because we got so much more talent here. Just those among us here, you guys in the chat and us on the panel together, we got so much talent, man. We don't need to get involved in none of this drama, man. It's stupid. And then to go revisit it, it's just dumb. Okay, I see you, man. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, what do you think about Patrice? What do I think about Patrice? I like me and Patrice being around because Patrice is the one that'll shake us and say, hey man, what's you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, she'll tell us when it's going right. Man, now she will listen when she's going wrong. She's kidding around, but I mean, I was kidding around, but you know, you can't tell Patrice, hey Patrice, I think you out of line with this. And she will think about it. If she feels she agree with you, she will step up. See, that's what I like about the people that's here. It ain't about we ain't got no egos, and it's not because we scared of the other person. It's just because we trying to help the other person. Everybody's trying. It's like the movie 300. I'm fighting the person that's fighting this person. The next person is fighting the person in front of me. So we all fighting for each other. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Patrice. Strong performance as always. Very, very solid as always. Plus, man, it's a lot. Patrice do a lot in the background. Y'all don't even know. Very solid system, man. Very solid system. I'm telling you, man. If you really want to pick somebody's brain that's out there in the streets, man, they got dirt on the bottom of their shoes from soldiering out there, man. I mean, taking care of business out there. That's the system you want to talk to, man. Really, really good system, man. Really sweet. But don't get it twisted, man. She ain't no killer, but don't push her, right? Shout out to Patrice. Solid performance. All right, and who else do we have? We have Von Bryant. Von Bryant in the house, man. What do y'all think about Von Bryant? What I like about Von Bryant shoots his shot, and then sometimes he just feel like, hey, I gotta tell you this, brother. It's on my heart. I gotta tell you this. Von Bryant pulled us to the side, said, I gotta tell you this. This is on my heart, and he'll tell you, right? But it's all out of love. That's why I can appreciate about everybody. It's all about love, man. It's all about, okay, let's help these brothers. It ain't about, oh man, I'm gonna just make them feel bad. No, we already feel bad and dumb enough, but they'll say, hey, bro, this is what you need to do to improve on this situation. That's not need to do, but a cat like Von will say, maybe this is a better way of handling it. How about that? But Von is a very diplomatic person. Maybe this is a better way to handle that situation. Brother Clarence, did you ever think about coming at it from this situation, from that side? See, we need all kinds of, we need people like Patrice that's going to beat us into the ground, boom, right? And then we need people like Von, hey, maybe you look at it this way, maybe you look at it that way. So, I mean, we all help each other, though. We all would do it for each other, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that, and I appreciate us building a community of people that are really trying to look out for each other, man. I don't think none of us are just talking. We are really serious about trying to just make sure we grow a community that's, you know, we ain't all got to have the same faith, but we all got to have the same code of conduct where we all going to respect the next man. So that's what it's all about over here, man. We ain't trying to beat up the sisterhood. We ain't trying to beat up the brotherhood. We ain't trying to beat up white people. We ain't trying to beat up the alphabet community. We ain't trying to beat up nobody. All we trying to do is help black people get out of the mess they're in, right? But shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant, man, just a cool brother, down to earth brother. And you know, if you get a chance to talk to him, man, you really gonna see, man. You know, he's a really good dude, man. Like all these dudes that came up here today, really good people, man. Really good on this stream right here. Really good people. Even he black, man. If he would let go a lot of this stuff, man, guy's really a good dude, man. When you get really down to it, man. If he would just let go of a lot of this stuff, you see the emergence of Dale Long. I mean, he's a good dude. I knew he was a good dude. Good dude. Just was hanging on to some stuff they need to just let go. If you just let it go, the good person will blossom out of it, right? But I can't tell him, hey, Daryl, let this go if I can't let this go. Hey, you black, you gotta let this go. Oh, but I can't let it go, right? But I'm gonna hold on to some drama with security boss, right? Well, shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant, You know, that dude's been around, so he knows. You know, he's seen a content creator or a few content creators. So we trying to just do the right thing and push through and have y'all have a place to go when you get tired of all that hash slinging. You got some place to go where you can hear some real content and get inspired to make a move or do something, or just talk about things in a respectful way, man. We can move forward and maybe get an idea, like Brother New Growth dropped that idea. Hey, just talk to two young boys. And where did he get that from? He got that from Patrice, because Patrice used to read to little boys. Come on, man. All right, y'all, let's do this. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I didn't get a chance to shout everybody out, but I appreciate y'all. Y'all know that, man. We back on the regular stuff on Sunday, man. Y'all come back here because, like I said, Von Erich is supposed to be going head to head with Rico about this CRT situation, and so we're gonna see how that's gonna punch out. And thanks to everybody who came through, who did double duty. Risa, we appreciate you. Everybody, all you guys with wrenches that came and did double duty, we appreciate all of y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man. All right, so we will see y'all probably, what's today? Thursday? Yeah, probably won't see you before Sunday. I don't think we will see you before Sunday. But we may, but probably not. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in and supporting us, man. Peace, y'all.